R.T.M. annual budget meeting. Today's May 18th, and it is 7:01 p.m. The first thing on our agenda, well, actually, before we start, in case we do finish tonight, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the town staff, many of whom have been here many, many nights, and all of their time to prep for this. And I want to thank the town council for giving us a great budget. So, and town manager John Burt for his original budget. So thank you to all of those people. The first item on our agenda tonight is account.
You gotta take a roll.
Oh, sorry. First thing is roll. And thank you to town clerk.
Oh,
Betsy
you're quite
McCutcheon.
welcome. Sorry I missed you all on Monday, but it's recorded so I can watch every detail. All right. Somebody trying to say something online? No? Okay. Adams? Here. Bailey?
Here.
Burrell?
Here.
Bright? Casper?
Here.
Surf? Chase? Excuse me. 5. Cop?
Here.
Crockett Hubbard? Dean Shinbrot?
Representative Chase just arrived.
That's Surface just walked in. I'm sorry?
Crockett Hubbard is online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 7, oops. 7, 8, oh, 8. Dean Shinbrot?
Crockett Hubbard here.
I gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Shinbrot, are you here?
No.
Okay. Evan?
No. No.
Frickman's going to be a little late, unless he's here already?
No.
Nope, okay. Fritchie?
Here.
Gardner?
Gardner's here.
Thank you. Gothier?
Here.
Guinipiero?
Here.
Gustafson?
Here.
Hainline? Hanscom?
Here.
Ivy? Representative Ivy? Okay. Jacome?
Here.
Massett?
Here.
Merritt?
Here.
Norman?
Here.
Aubry? K. Powers? Okay. S. Powers?
Here.
Pacino? Ray?
Here.
Thank you. Scott?
No.
Cimarero?
Here.
Thomas?
Here.
V.C. Williams?
Here.
Watson? Weaver? Wells? Okay. White?
Yes.
Whitney? Okay. And Rusk, 25.
Here. 25? All right. So again, first on the agenda tonight is account 1046 on page 126. Who is our, that would be, thank you. Representative Gothier. Representative Eben just got online.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gothier.
That's page 126 in the book. Planning and Development Services, an overview was provided by Director John Reiner. Chair Gothier made a motion for $1,618,196, seconded by Bailey. We had another additional motion on the floor that failed, and the committee voted 4-1-0 for the number 1,618,196, which is what I move on the floor.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Representative Eben.
You have to unmute Representative Eben.
Okay, in the meantime, we're going to go to...
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. There she goes.
I wanted to note that I'm here, but I also wanted to note that I couldn't hear a word that was said. So I don't know if other people suffer this, but you really have to read into the microphone, and I have no idea what motion was made.
I apologize. Would you like me to reread the motion?
Please.
The motion was made for $1,618,196.
And this is account 1046 on page 126. Representative Wells
Yep,
is here.
thank you.
Oh, I
Bailey,
thought that
second.
tonight, we were at 10:46 was the first item on the agenda.
Correct.
Sorry.
Any other questions?
Whitney? Thank you.
All right, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question is, this seems like an awful lot of money, $1.6 million for the Planning and Development Services. Can you kind of go over where our biggest expenses are in this department?
Sure. Good evening, John Reiner, Director of Planning and Development Services. So the biggest item in this department is personnel services. So our department, Planning and Development Services, is our planning division, our building and code enforcement division, and our economic and community development division. We also this year added roles of an ARPA coordinator, assisting with the distribution of our ARPA funds, as well as a sustainability and resiliency manager position, which was added last year. That in itself makes up $1.46 million of our budget, and our operating expenses are $156,000. So it's staffing the numerous boards and commissions for the town and dealing with all the planning, zoning, building, and economic development matters. Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah. How many people do you have in your department?
As of right now, there are 16.
Okay, so you hired an ARPA coordinator, but those ARPA funds are only for 1 year, correct?
No, those are for 4 years.
Okay. Well, the other question I would have is,
There's actually 17 approved positions within the department. We just don't have them all filled right now. There's one position, the resiliency and sustainability manager position, which is not filled. Yeah, which we are getting ready to interview. So there's 17 people within the department, but that position is vacant right now.
are those ARPA funds included in this budget?
Yes, they are.
And what line item would they be?
Give me 1 second. So the ARPA position,
No, not the position, the actual ARPA funds.
the position itself is funded in the salary, but then there's also a salary reimbursement within the salary line item, just for that one position.
Representative Cerf.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to move another number, and that is $1,518,196.
Second. Adams?
Yes.
Thank you.
And can I state the reason at this point? Yes, I feel that there has to be some accountability in this department for the fact that there was some real issues with the developer chosen for the Mystic Oral School and also the data centers. No, it's not a point
Please
of
stop
order. I'm
talking.
explaining why
Hold on,
I'm
please
making
stop
the
talking.
cut.
There was a point of order. Who is the
I'm
point?
perfectly.
This should relate strictly to the budget, not pertaining to any of the
It
projects.
does
that
relate to the budget.
Planning and development.
Okay, I understand your point. I will let you have a little leniency, but please stick with the budget. Please don't go off on a
All these
on an issue.
people's salaries are in the budget,
correct.
okay? Generally, when you're discussing budget and you don't agree with someone's salary, you can come out and say that, and I should think you could even say why you don't agree with someone's salary.
Okay, just,
And the reason I don't agree is that we did not get the information and the leadership that we needed out of this department this year. And it cost me personally hundreds of hours and hundreds of other people in the community. I'm not the only one here, and I feel there has to be some accountability for this. That's why I'm making this particular cut, or suggesting the cut.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
I would just like to align my remarks with Representative Cerf. I agree with her reasoning and her cut.
Representative Aubrey.
I think that this budget is for the future, not for the past. You're probably tired of hearing me say it.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Now I'm ready. No. This is for the future, not for the past. Some of the things in the past need to be left alone. Personally, I think that this department does an outstanding job, and they're probably one of the few factors in this town that keep us moving forward. Growth is necessary. We have a wonderful group that works to make things happen. Yeah, we had some problems, but every town has some problems, but you don't take away from salary. We have the people that we need to keep things moving forward. And I would ask you to not vote for the second number, but for the first. Thank you.
Town Manager.
Just to add, John had mentioned that the resilience position is the only one open right now. That would be what we were to cut first because it's open. And I do think that's a valuable position.
Representative Gauthier.
Mr. Burt, the money for these positions is contractual? Or we have to pay them essentially?
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant actually contractor.
No. They're contractual.
Most of the bulk of them are, yes.
Right.
All right.
So, like you said, you'd have to cut a position before you'd go and cut anybody's salary?
Correct.
So while I appreciate the efforts of many community members who volunteered their time, we can't get it back by cutting a budget here or there just because we don't like the outcome of a certain project. So I would also urge the body to reject this number. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Casper.
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't think that punishing the department for a mistake is going to make the mistakes less frequent. If you cut the department, there's a possibility that there are going to be more understaffed and probably won't have the time and could easily make a real mistake. And there is, I know with the past, going back 20 years in a contractor's past to find an offense is, I thought that was a little bit of a stretch to expect people to know that. I don't think you usually go
Point
back
of order.
20 years.
Yes.
Can we keep it to the budget,
Same
please?
point. Can we let's stay on?
So I urge everyone to not vote for the second number.
Thank you. Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Director Reiner, just so I can understand, I know the ARPA coordinator is in this budget. Is the ARPA funding in the financing plan, or is that going to be a separate pot of money?
The ARPA
Do
funding.
they get paid with ARPA funding, I should say?
That one position will get paid with ARPA funding.
And so
yes.
is that in the financing plan? Because I don't see it here.
Yes, it is.
And what is?
It's actually, it's in the personnel services line item, 5119, salary reimbursement.
5119. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other hands. Oh, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The sustainability position, what's the annual salary for that?
In the budget right now, we have a salary listed of, we kind of are ballparking it of $94,300.
Okay, and what would their responsibilities be?
Starting essentially a climate action plan for the town of Groton, dealing with long-term sustainability and resiliency to the impacts of climate change. looking for grant funding to help us implement those projects and programs. This past year, we received a grant from the Long Island Futures Fund to look at sustainability and resiliency in downtown Mystic. They would be managing and leading that project. We're also working with the Nature Conservancy currently, as they are going to be applying for a grant on behalf of the town, the city of Groton, and New London, looking to do a multi-year project on climate change and resiliency. They would be assisting with that, a lot of public outreach, and then also looking at future spending and initiatives within the town and the things that we can do to become more energy efficient and moving along those lines.
Okay, have we had this position filled before? This
No.
is a created position?
This was a position that was created in last year's budget.
So the town has survived 150 years without this position being filled? I really don't think we need to fill it now. Thank you.
Representative Eben was next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Following up on the ARPA coordinator position, I see the reimbursement at $81,000. However, the pay for that is at $85,097, and I'm wondering why we don't get reimbursed for the entire amount, or why you don't reduce that amount so they're the same number.
The ARPA coordinator position is $73,800, and the $81,100 is to also cover any additional expenses. I think you were reading the wrong line item.
I was, you're right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wells.
I think one of the problems with this department is they're dealing with the shape of things to come. And so many times we see people saying, well, this is obvious, of course, this is what we have, this is what it always will be. And I just drove through Pequannock Bridge. They did a lot of work selling the mixed village center zoning. And I drove through Pequannock Bridge. It looks exactly the same as it did before they had the mixed village center. It's the things to come and things that have changed that this department is good at, instead of asking all of us and we'll all say, well, there was a thing about an auto designer and they said if you ask a doctor, an Indian chief, and a prostitute, they'll come up with the same car their grandfather.
Appropriate, please. Decorum. Representative Cobb.
Just a point about that position of the resiliency coordinator. I think it's the most vital position potentially in your department. We know what's coming, and we know that it's coming fast and it's not going to go away. I support very much the first number that was put up, and I think you've done a really great job for the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Quick question. For the community development line item, $94,652. What exactly happens in that department? What is your community development action plan, and what sort of activities have been done under that, or will be?
So our community development, that particular position, which is the majority of that salary, manages our community development block grant program, which our last grant round we received for that was approximately $1.5 million. We're currently working with the Groton Housing Authority, applying for a $2 million grant that would go into reinvestment at Grasso Gardens. That position also manages our housing rehab and renovation program for low and moderate income households, and we have funding that we received from community development block grant funds a number of years ago, and that's a revolving fund that as we loan money out and as houses sell, we recoup that money back, and then we're able to loan that out again so people can rehab their homes. There's also a number of other affordable housing, fair housing practices and policies that we have to monitor, as well as that position has been working with the beautification committee. There's a not ARPA, AARP group in plan that's been working in town. That's also been driven through that position. That position also has worked on our wayfinding signage program, as well as a number of other smaller initiatives. Our Neighborhood Assistance Act grant that we assist a lot of nonprofits getting grant funding each year, and the list goes on.
Thank you. And also, I'm looking at the line item enforcement. What exactly is defined as enforcement?
So the majority of that funding pays the portion of the salary of our code enforcement officer, as well as our blight, same position that handles blight and code enforcement.
And how many of cases do you process a year, average?
I don't have the number right in front of me. We get quite a few blight complaints, and that's something that is never, and code enforcement, they're not fun and they're not easy. It's often getting properties to get cleaned up. We've had to, when we get unresponsive property owners, because sometimes there's properties that have gone through foreclosure, where we've actually had to go and hire a contractor, get the property cleaned up. Right now, we're actually working through the process of putting a lien on a property. It takes time, it takes effort. We have some folks that we consistently work with because I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, like to accumulate things on their property, and we help them clean it up, and then those things are new things accumulate on the property a couple years later, and it's a constant work through to try to assist the people to find ways of helping themselves.
Understood. All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Gauthier.
I'll take my question offline.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, the number on the floor is $1,518,196. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Yes, no, or abstention, please, when I call your name. Representative Adams.
Yes.
Burrell.
No.
Bailey is not here. Oop, Bailey, you are here.
Is this the lower number?
Yes,
Yes.
it is. $1,518,196.
Thank you. Yes? Yes.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Kopp?
No.
Crockett Hubbard? Crockett Hubbard? There's a delay.
No.
There we go. Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Fritchie? Representative Fritchie? You're muted.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Muted.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gauthier?
No.
Guinipiero?
No.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom?
No.
Jacome? Massett?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman? Aubrey?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
S. Powers. is
Sorry,
here.
wrong one. Sorry.
Okay. Ray?
No.
Semeraro?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
No.
Weaver?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
No.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
No. That motion fails 6 to 25 to 0. The next motion on the floor is $1,618,196.
Any other discussion?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote.
Adams?
Yeah.
Bailey?
No. No.
Burrell?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
Yeah.
Kopp?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrot? Yes. Eben.
Yes.
Frickman, not here yet. Fritchie.
Yes.
Gardner.
No.
Gothier.
Yes.
Buonapiero.
Yes.
10. Gustafson.
Yes.
Hanscom.
Yes.
Jacome.
Yes.
Massett.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Aubrey.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Semeraro.
Yes.
Thomas.
No.
V.C. Williams.
Yes.
Weaver.
Yes.
Wells.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Whitney.
Yes.
And Rusk.
Yes.
26 to 5.
That motion passes 26 in favor, 5 opposed. Next on the agenda is CIP 8A on page 241.
CIP 8A, the Economic Assistance Fund. An overview of the fund was provided by Director Reiner, which provides grants to small businesses for public infrastructure improvements. Representative Bailey motioned funding in the amount of $50,000, seconded by Representative White. Representative Bailey then amended his motion to $25,000, seconded by Representative White. Chair Gauthier motioned for $40,000, seconded by Representative Surf. Motion passed for $40,000, 4-1 to 0. The motion was reduced in the interest of finding cuts in the budget, but also left at an amount that would still support some help to small businesses in Groton. So that's the number that's on the floor.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Representative Eben? Representative Eben, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to put another number on the floor of 0. And the reason is that this account actually has $116,215 in a fund that's already been committed. And I feel that in this year, we don't need to just add to, personal or private departmental accounts. I think that that money would be better spent in other ways, not just accruing to kind of one of these fund balances.
If I may, based on our discussion in the
Yes.
committee, Director Reiner would probably be able to actually explain this better, but those funds are largely in the pipeline to be spent on a project. So the balance of the fund would come near to 0 if, there's going to be something that left, but it's not all going to just sit there.
So I can just quickly weigh in. So right now, there is an uncommitted fund balance of $116,215, but as part of the Groton Heights redevelopment project, and the town has already tentatively committed to $100,000 coming from this fund as part of that project. The Economic Development Commission and the Town Council have not yet approved that funding, but that's something that has been already generally committed by the town as part of that redevelopment project with Thayer Mahan. So in fact, there's really only about $16,215.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Could you just go into a little bit of detail about that project? And I'm also curious to know about how you say we're committed, yet it hasn't been approved by the Town Council. So how does that work?
Sure. So the way the Economic Development Assistance Fund works is it is for public infrastructure or private infrastructure.
Just a quick pause on that. Sorry. No, I meant like the Groton Heights project in particular, not the fund in general. I understand the fund in general. I'm talking about the Groton Heights project in particular, and that $100,000 balance you talked about, and that agreement with Thayer Mahan and how we're committed to that, yet the funds have not been approved for that. That's what I'm asking about.
Sure. So I was going to lead into that. So this fund pays for infrastructure, and the way that the funding is approved is someone makes an application. Then that application is reviewed by staff to make sure it's complete. It then goes to the town's Economic Development Commission for review and recommendation to the town council. The town council then has to approve that funding. In the letter of intent between the town is part of the negotiations to sell Groton Heights to Thayer Mahan. It was indicated that Thayer Mahan is requesting $100,000 as part from the Economic Development Assistance Fund for that project. It has not yet been formally approved by the town council, but when the project was moving forward, that was a request that was given a tentative approval. It wasn't a formal vote by the town council at the time. We're still working on the purchase and sales agreement for that property, but it's something, again, it's not yet completely committed. It has not been approved, but it's something that we're expecting to come down, and we'll see how the council moves forward on that.
Oh, okay, so what date was this discussed? Which meeting? And was it a consensus that was reached? Was that the informal vote?
This was a consensus of the council. We're probably going back well over a year, maybe 2 years ago, when that letter of intent, I should say, was initially received. And as we talked through that with the council, each time we've given the council an update on Thayer Mahan, we've tried to remind that this is a request that we expect. It's not a request that the current council has to approve, but it's something that it's certainly out there, and we're expecting that request.
So what happens if the town council chooses not to approve it? What happens to the money? It just sits there, and what happens to the deal?
Then the money will sit there in that account, and the redevelopment project may or may not move forward.
Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Was this a COW meeting, or was it a regular town council meeting where the consensus was reached?
Off my recollection, it was probably at a COW. I don't think that there was a formal vote from the at a council meeting. I'd have to go back and check my notes. I know that we've had public hearings on the sale of Groton Heights. I know that we've gone through all the formal approval processes. The R.T.M. has approved the sale of the property. We have not yet approved a purchase and sales agreement with Thayer Mahan and the town.
And that $100,000 component would be part of the purchase and sales agreement?
It would be referenced in the purchase and sales agreement that they have an intent to apply, but the town council still needs to take a formal vote at a COW and a council meeting to approve anything from the Economic Development Assistance Fund, as that also needs a recommendation and review from the Economic Development Commission.
All right, thank you. And so I'm trusting that this was not part of an executive session at any time, so that if we tried to look back on the town council meeting that you referred to about a year and a half ago, that we would be able to reference it and find it in the minutes?
I'm sure you could find it in some minutes. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Representative Gardner. Representative Eben. Yes.
Yeah, you gotta talk in the microphone.
I just wanted to ask the town manager or Mr. Reiner, if this is a fund, it sounds like it's used to pay small businesses or businesses. Is this the fund that, things like mugs and water bottles and other kind of paraphernalia is paid from?
No.
What fund does those items come from that you brand?
Those expenses would have come from our operating budget, dealing with economic development. So
that was in the previous account?
That was in our previous account. The Economic Development Assistance Fund is a reimbursement fund that is approved by the council for infrastructure improvements on public or private property, that then once the project is built and everything is paid for, they then submit a request to the town to get reimbursed for those funds after it's been constructed. And there's very strict guidelines for how the funding is used.
Representative Chase.
And this is different than TIF though, right? Is that correct?
This is very...
This is a fund.
No, this is very different from TIF.
Representative.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Director Reiner, is there a maximum amount that a business can request?
Yes, it has to do with their increase in the grand list. So they can ask for a maximum of 2 times of what their annual increase to the grand list will be.
So for them to request 100,000, it depletes the fund, and because you have that rule of the grand list, it's fine to deplete it like that?
So they would need to increase through their redevelopment the grand list by, if they're asking for $100,000, by at least $50,000 per year.
Right.
That doesn't then go and fund this balance.
Well, I understand that,
Okay.
yeah. So, okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Weaver.
I was just curious, since this, you said it's been going on, the purchase has been going on for a year and a half, but in our town, our assessments have gone up. So what percentage of the purchase price represents that 100,000 that we're giving them an incentive on?
So one, we have not yet approved a purchase and sales agreement for Groton Heights. Off the top of my head, I do not recall what the sales price of the property was. And because we don't have a purchase and sales agreement, none of that is going towards the grand list yet. As we're looking to redevelop these properties, sorry, I'll make sure I speak directly into the mic. As we're redeveloping these properties, although we do receive funding from the initial sale of the property, the important part and where we see the real growth is the increase in the grand list, because then that pays every year as opposed to a sale, which is a single transaction.
Correct, but because our taxes are going up as individuals, I'm assuming that the property price over the course since the beginning of the deal, has the property price and the value of the property gone up since the initial deal?
The property price has not gone up, but we are still in negotiations on the property.
Okay, and because I don't really understand how the grand list goes up, what would they have to do to increase the grand list, invest in that particular piece of property?
Correct. So today, that property, Groton Heights, contributes $0 to the grand list because it's a town-owned property. If they invest $10 million, I'm just picking a number out of the air, into the property, they actually are proposing 2 different phases of that redevelopment. One will be rehabilitating and utilizing the existing Groton Heights building. Getting a little off topic, but and then the second phase will be adding in addition to that. That will increase the value of the property. There'll be an assessed value of the property. So if they invested approximately $10 million into the property, that property then may be assessed at, I don't know, $7 million or something along those lines. That is now, every year they'll get assessed at $7 million, whereas today that property is getting assessed at $0.
So these are all based on hypotheticals and depleting a fund that's supposed to be used for several small businesses for hypothetically for one project for 100,000, correct?
So each year we add, when we have opportunities like this, Thayer Mahan is a very small business. They started off as, I think it was 2 people, and right now it's over 80. They started in Groton. They're growing in Groton. They currently have a building on Leonard Drive, which they're growing out of, and they want this building to be their headquarters. There's still less than 100 people. They would, in order for them to receive $100,000, they would have to grow the grand list, their assessed value, what they'd be paying, by at least $50,000 a year. So after 2 years' time, that money would be paid back. And every year moving forward, we'd be continuing to get more and more on that investment.
I appreciate your content and education on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative V.C. Williams.
Yes, thank you. So from what I understand, we have a 2-year return on investment on most projects, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so say we're looking at like SIFT. Was that something when the building was first made, or there were improvements after it was made? So I'm trying to figure out where you get your numbers from on a completely new build if you're just starting from scratch.
Let me see if we gave a presentation to the R.T.M. and I think
Okay.
a few months ago that went over a lot of these projects.
I did see that and how they went up, but I'm wondering how much we lent them, when we lent it to them, and how that's specific.
Yeah. I was actually just looking to find the exact numbers on that.
Okay.
I have that right here. So for SIFT,
yes.
Their assessment was $622,000. Their new assessment is over $1 million. Their annual taxes went from $16,000 to $28,000 per year.
How much did we lend them?
I don't recall what we gave them and if it was in that round or if it was in their initial, but it would have been at a maximum double what their increased payment of taxes were.
Okay.
One that I'm trying to find. So another one, the Standard in downtown Mystic, that was one that the increase in annual taxes increased to $177,800. We didn't give them $177,800. We gave them significantly less than that.
So it's very easy for me to wrap my head around, okay, a business is there, they're doing improvements, this is the difference in what they're going up. But when I'm thinking about a new business starting, is there a limit, or it still is 2 years of the increase of value?
It's a maximum.
A maximum of?
It's a maximum of 2 years, but we don't have to give them that much. So this is not a guarantee.
Okay.
Every single time we've gotten one of these requests, people have asked for this much.
Right.
And we usually end up giving them half or less.
Okay. I would love, I'd love to have a max, just for the sake of you're starting a new business, you're going to invest in that business. It's going up from your investment, not just this. Also, the Grand Wine and Spirits, if I remember correctly, their taxes went down. Is that correct?
Hold on one second. Their taxes did decrease a little bit, but they also have not fully occupied they have not fully occupied the building,
Okay.
and some of the valuation is based on rents.
Okay, I'm not sure. I was assuming that the loan was, or the grant was based on them improving the property to the point where it brings in more.
Yes.
So
they still haven't maxed out the space. So once
Okay.
they max out the space.
So once the whole thing's rented, we will be able to do that, and it will pay us back the returns we expect. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you. So my question goes to pretty much how prudent it would be to replenish this fund should that $100,000 be approved. Is it, you said the amount was referenced, but to be clear, there's not going to be a contractual requirement to approve that money? Or
Today, there is not a contractual requirement in place, but the developers for Thayer Mahan have said, in order for this project to move forward, we need $100,000 from the town's Economic Development Assistance Fund. So it's something that's out there, but the council has not approved it yet.
and they wouldn't be forced by a contract to approve it at some point in a later date?
There is no contract in place right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no purchase and sales agreement.
Thank you. I'm going to support the zero number.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a question for Mr. Reiner. How long has the town been in deliberations with Thayer Mahan?
I don't have an exact number. We've probably, it predates COVID. It could be 3 years, could be a little bit longer. I don't have the file right in front of me.
Well, what would your best guesstimate be?
Okay. May, June of 19. So about 3 years.
Thank you.
Representative
Thank you.
Thomas? You had his hand up first.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to move a second number. I'd like to move 20,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
And my rationale is simply just, looking to split the difference here, flatten the curve, share the sacrifices and minimize the risk. So, thank you.
Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. How many businesses request this grant money each year? Do you know about approximately?
I'm trying to recall the last one that we received. We receive many requests every year for tax incentives, for grants, for loans, and many times a part of that discussion and equation is more trying to understand what they need. And I mean, we just had one developer asking for a multi-year tax break, and we told them we don't give multi-year tax breaks, so no. We do have, so the short answer, we might see 1 to 2 requests, sometimes more. A lot of them don't pan out.
Okay, so let's just say Groton Heights or Mahan gets the 100,000, and we only have 16,000 left. What would zero? If this body voted 0 to give you 0, it's not going to be harmful since you get 1 or 2 requests and they don't pan out. Is that a fair thing to say?
No, we usually receive, I want to say probably on average, we're panning out to, as I'm just kind of counting through. In the last 4 years, we've probably paid out somewhere, last 4 or 5 years, probably 1 per year that we've actually funded. We may receive requests for more than that.
Okay.
But I'd say on average, we're probably paying out about 1 per year.
Okay, so 1 per year, and that will increase the tax base a little bit.
Correct.
A little bit. Okay. All right, thank you.
Representative Surf.
Yes, there are about 50 other accounts in this budget that I'd rather cut than this one. I've seen this work when I was on the council absolutely beautifully with a fellow Peter there, I forget his last name, who has a whole underwater research, do you remember his name? And we gave him 5 years worth of TIF money to build a whole new building because we were going to hire new people. And it worked out absolutely beautifully because, of course, he grew his business, and he was still a small business, so he would never have been able to build that extra building unless we had helped him out. And it works out beautifully for the town when it's a good business, such as I think Thayer Mahan, is that their names? I was very impressed with them. So I am very much in favor of doing things like this. These kinds of things really work out well for the town if you're dealing with a reasonable business that's growing.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, the number on the floor is...
Madam Moderator, I'd like to make an incidental motion.
What's your incidental motion?
I'd like to move that we reverse the 20,000 and the 0 number, to change the rules of voting to do that. So that's a more logical progression towards voting.
I'm going to leave it as is. Thank you. Okay.
It's an incidental motion. If it gets a second, it could be discussed. Just saying.
We don't.
Okay. So the number on the floor is $20,000. We will do a roll call.
Yes, we will. Adams? No. Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
No.
I got this wrong. Bright?
No.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
Yes.
Kopp?
No.
Crockett Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
Yes.
Fritchie?
No.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
Yes.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubry?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
No.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Abstain.
Weaver?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
No. That motion fails 10 to 22 to 1. Next motion on the floor is $0.
Adams?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
No.
Bright? Casper?
No.
Surf? 0.
0. We're in 0.
Chase?
No.
Kopp?
No.
Crockett Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
No. No.
Eben?
Yes.
Oops, that's 3. Okay. Frickman? Oops, not here yet. Fritchie? Representative Fritchie?
No. No.
Thank you. Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
Yes.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubry?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
No.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
8. V.C. Williams?
Abstain.
Weaver?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
No.
Whitney?
Yes.
Rusk?
No. That fails 9 to 23 to 0. Or to 1, I'm sorry. 9 to 23 to 1. Next number on the floor is $40,000.
Adams? Yes. No. Bailey?
No. No.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright? Yes. Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yeah.
Kopp?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
No.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Guinapiro?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
No.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey. S. Powers.
Yes.
Pacino.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Cimarero.
Yes.
Scott.
Not here.
Thomas, I'm sorry.
No.
V.C. Williams.
Abstain.
Weaver.
Yes.
Wells.
Yes.
White.
No.
Whitney.
No.
Rusk.
Yes.
Okay.
So that passes 21 to 10 to 2.
Two, yes.
All right. Next up is CIP 6B, open space acquisition on page 242. Sorry, 8B.
CIP 8B, open space acquisition. An overview was provided by Director Reiner. Representative Bailey motioned funding in the amount of $0, seconded by Representative Semeraro. Representative Surf motioned funding at $15,000. There was no second. There was a vote in the amount of $0, passed with a vote of 4 to 1 to 0. So I put to the floor an amount of $0.
Second. Adams?
Yes. Director Reiner, do you want to give us a little bit of an overview on this?
Sure. So the Gateway Wayfinding signage program.
Sorry, it's the open space acquisition.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Page 242.
Yes, no, getting ahead of myself there. So this fund is generally used to do things along the lines of appraisals and to start to build a basis for any funding that we may use for matching funds for open space acquisition or other types of grant projects for open space.
Representative Norman.
And sort of looking through this, it was zeros all the way. Sorry.
And so was it, in our books it's 25, but then when I look at the spreadsheet, it says it was 0 all the way through. What's the?
I had originally put in 25.
Okay, did you then zero it out, or?
The council.
Council zeroed it out.
Okay, so town manager 25, council 0. So can we restore it to the town manager, or we're?
You can
zeros
restore it to the town manager number.
2/3 vote, yeah.
With a 2/3 vote. Representative Eben.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to put a motion on the floor for $25,000.
Second, Thomas.
Do you want to speak to that?
And I'd like to say that I really think that this could, be as much as 40 or 50,000 as we did in the Economic Development Assistance Fund. I think that open space actually has monetary value. It increases the property value of houses. It increases the desirability of living in Groton, and it increases the environmental sustainability of our town. So on any number of measures, it's a good thing. The thing I would like to say that's missing from Mr. Reiner's description of Economic Development Assistance Fund is it may increase the grand list, but he does not take into account the cost of services that are needed to support these businesses and the
Point of order.
multifamily
Point of
units
order.
that are.
We are talking about open spaces, not about the last
I
topic.
know, I'm getting to it, please. Thank you for point of ordering me, but I actually do have a point. The fact of the matter is that open space costs much less in the cost of services to the town than residential or commercial property. It is an economic value to the town, and in the analyses that have been conducted by the Office of Planning and Development, those costs for residential or commercial or industrial are never included. So we only have one side of the ledger in those. And what I'm suggesting is that when we think about purchasing open space, there's another side of the ledger, and that it's the most cost-effective property to have, and it actually enhances the value of the properties in Groton. Thank you.
Representative
And
Smith.
I just have to say, it would be nice if people were a little less quick on the point of orders. It's really out of line.
Representative Surf.
Yes, I have to concur with Representative Eben. The first time I was on the R.T.M., that was my mission, to restore the $25,000 of open space money, which had been religiously cut every year for the last 10 years before me. And I arrived with a sheaf of documents like this, and I started rattling away all the good reasons why open space was so important. And I got it restored. Now, tonight I didn't come with a pile of pieces of paper like this, but I know that people here say, well, we have so much open space already. You can never have enough open space, and particularly if it goes into the town's piggy bank, because we often would like to do things like maybe widen a road to put a bike path or something like that, and we might have to buy a piece of property to do something like that. I'm not saying, just let the deer and the coyotes run wild. I'm saying this would be for a reason, for recreation or something that we really need. And if we don't have the money at the time to buy that piece of property to complete, a bikeway or a trailway or something like that, we'll never be able to do it. There are many towns. I have a friend who lives in Falmouth, and they pay 10% of their property taxes automatically goes to their open space fund. I'm justifying, excuse me.
Your point, please.
I am justifying why this
Your
is
point,
a good thing.
please. Representative Surf, one moment, please.
The point is that we are discussing this particular line item as it pertains to our town. And other towns have nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Massett.
I mean,
Please,
like other towns can do all
Surf,
kinds of smart
Representative
things
Surf,
and we don't have to?
Representative Surf, please.
Seriously.
Keep your focus on Groton. Thank you.
All right. The point is that the town can certainly use this money to purchase property when we want to make improvements to the town which require the purchase of property. And this is such a small amount in comparison to the huge amounts that we spent for public works and things like that, that I really feel, that in good faith we should restore it. It'll go to a good purpose, just as the last amount of open space money we had went to an excellent purpose. And I don't think we should just offhandedly, zero it out every year the way I've seen that it's been happening lately. So please, consider the future, consider your kids, consider the fact that we want our bike paths and our sidewalks, and please vote in favor of the full amount.
Thank you, Representative Jacome.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I rise in support for the amount of zero, just because while open space I do think is something important, I have come to find out that I believe, and I don't know if the town manager can answer this, that the town already sits about in the 40% range of open space.
Is that correct?
So I can weigh in on that. Of the Groton, the watershed area is over 40% of that is protected. I think the number is almost closer to 50%. The town itself, it all depends on how you classify open space. The number is definitely over 20%.
Well, personally, yeah, I think, we're at a decent amount, and I think this could hold off another year. It doesn't mean we can come back next time and, support it. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm going to cut it year after year like some representatives insinuate, but, I would support zeroing out this year. Thank you.
Representative, who's next? Powers.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Director Reiner, with the Plan of Conservation and Development, we're redoing it this year. Will it have an impact whether we fund this or we don't?
The Plan of Conservation and Development, we have to adopt a new plan by 2026.
Okay, and when you do this, the overall town right now stands at what percent? 21%?
It's over 20%.
Correct. And so in order for us to meet the state standard, what is the number that the state requires us to have?
I believe the state number is 20 or 21%. I believe we've actually surpassed the state standard number.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just a quick side note. I believe Robert's Rules of Order allow a speaker to respond to a point of order to clarify how their comments are germane. So I would appreciate it if in the future the moderator could allow for the speaker to speak to their point and explain the germane nature of it. Thank you.
Representative Wright.
Wait, that was a side note. I'm in favor of open space. I think this is a worthwhile expenditure of money, and I've been watching the R.T.M. and been involved for a number of years now, and there is a tendency to always kind of slice this number. And I just want to highlight one of the points that Representative Eben made, and that had to do with increasing property values, which is another way of increasing the grand list. So there are other ways to improve the property values in this town, which is not just always development of like paving, paving grass and mowing down trees. So I would encourage us as a town to think about that and think about where these open spaces are located as well, and make sure that we're looking at mindfully balance open space with dense population areas as well. So, there's something to think about always in these regards. So I'm in support of the 25,000 number. Thank you.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a question, please, to the town manager in regards to this 25,000. These funds are saying they're going to be used as part of a required match. Can you explain where this money is slated to go at this time in regards to the OSWLA grant and the Wolfbrook property, please?
Sure. So actually, John Reiner can explain that. So in the future, if we have other funds that can be used towards matching projects for grants. So the Wolfbrook property, we have committed what was available in this fund to match for the grant that the town received for that particular property.
So there's funds already currently committed, is what you're saying?
Correct. There's funds already committed from this account, which has zeroed this account out.
Okay, so that's what brought it to zero. So all the funds are being used that we currently had for the Wolfbrook property.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was a matching funds with another organization?
With another organization as well, a couple other organizations, as well as a grant for, I believe it was $357,000 from DEEP.
Okay, so that was a combined thing. Thank you very much. I would also like to offer my support for the 25,000. Thank you.
Representative Whitney.
Yes, thank you. I believe I support the amended number for the 25,000. I thought it was because, as I read the CIP description, that it was going to go to this Wolfbrook property match. But it sounds like, because it says it will be applied to this for this fiscal year. But it sounds like now Director Reiner's saying that's not the case, that money's already been taken care of. So if that's true, what is it going to be used for in the coming year?
So yes, the Wolfbrook property, we already have the funding in place for that. This funding, if increased beyond zero, would be used in future years towards matching funds for other open space acquisition projects.
Representative Wells.
So just a quick follow-up, then. You don't have it targeted for anything right now for this year, and there doesn't seem like there'd be a big penalty in waiting until next.
There are some parcels that the town council has expressed some interest in purchasing, but I think there needs to be a lot more discussion and debate. There's not any active negotiations on any of the additional parcels at this time.
Thank you.
Representative Giampiero.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm a bit unclear on the definition of an open space. Are parks considered to be open spaces, or I don't know if you can answer that. Like, is Bluff Point considered to be open space?
So Bluff Point is actually state-owned property, but the Sparkle Lake property, which is something that was probably 8 or 9 years ago, purchased utilizing some of the funding from this balance. That is a piece of property off of Thomas Road. There are hiking trails on that property. There's a parking lot. Bluff Point could fit the definition of open space, but again, that is state-owned property. Generally, when you see pieces of open space, you'll see hiking trails, you might see a boat launch, there'll be parking, things along those lines. Generally, open space, you're not seeing active ball fields, soccer fields, things along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wells.
I see a zero balance in January. So if we go with zero in this budget, we'll be out of the open space business and for more than a year. And it doesn't seem that the $25,000 isn't a lot of money, and we don't have to spend it. If we really don't need it, we don't have to spend it. But if something comes up, we should have some money. We shouldn't be out of the open space business until next year. Thank you.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you. This is building a little bit off of Representative Guinapiero's question regarding definitions, I guess, of open space. So in the case of, say, District 4 Pleasant Valley, if we weren't to use the school as a park or a playground or field space, recreational space, that's more developed, it's not just, left to be there, this would provide money to find another parcel to build said playground?
Generally, these funds are not used for active recreation.
Thank you.
Representative Eben.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So, Mr. Reiner, you said that Groton has over 20%. You were fairly vague on that. Do we have over 21% open space in the town?
I do believe we have over 21%. I don't have the POCD right.
Do we have over 22%? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the cap is. It seems a little duplicitous to just say over 20%. Leaves about 80% out there in the mist.
The state has a goal of, I believe it is over 20 or over 21%, and we exceed that goal.
I'm just trying to get a sense of how much open space we have in Groton. Is it over 23%?
Do you have the exact number with you?
I do not have an exact number
Okay.
with me, and there's actually been quite a bit of discussion lately trying to figure out exactly what that number is, because if I could finish,
But I'm just curious, in that number, is Bluff Point included?
Yes, Bluff
Bluff
Point is
So
included.
Bluff Point is open space then, and it's included in that number. Is the Shinnecock Golf Course included in that number?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, in which particular properties.
The question's been asked and answered. Representative Eben, the question's been asked and answered. He does not have the number with him right now.
Mr. Burt, do you have those numbers?
I do not.
He does not.
You don't have the Plan of Conservation and Development on your computer?
I could look up on the website.
I'm just curious because in my knowledge, and I have worked in open space and I've been involved in the development of the POC&D, things like golf courses were included in that number. Things like playgrounds were included in that number, and active areas were included in that number. Open space does not exclude active recreational areas like parks. It definitely has included them. And so I'm just kind of surprised to hear you dismiss Bluff Point as open space in Groton and yet include it in a number that is vaguely stated to be 20%, more than 20%.
I did not dismiss Bluff Point as open space in the town of Groton.
I'd just like to say that cemeteries are even included in open space.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
We should be debating this. He said what he's got available. She's been very rude. Enough conversation. Thank you.
Representative Eben, do you have a follow-up question, or are you done?
I'm done at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just have a quick question for the director.
Do you foresee any potential open space acquisitions in the coming year that would be affected by this vote either way?
That's a difficult question to answer because I don't know what the pulse is of the town. I mean, there's groups in town that want more open space. There's groups in town that don't want more open space. It all depends on the direction and vote of the town council.
Representative Ober, you had your hand up next? No? You're good?
Thank you, I said what I had to say.
Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Director Reiner, I have in my notes that the Wolfbrook property was coming from the fund balance. Is that correct?
A portion of the funding was coming from fund balance. Some was coming from grants because we did not have the full amount of the match in this open space acquisition account. So some of the funding did come from fund balance.
So if they voted 0 tonight, or we, I guess I'm part of the we, if we voted 0 tonight and a piece of property came available within the next year, could we not just go through the process of getting the money from the fund balance?
John?
John?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Merritt.
Well, I appreciate people's wants for open space. For one thing, open space doesn't add to the grand list. For another issue, in reference to Bluff Point, that's owned by the state of Connecticut, even though a lot of people want to include it in the open space in Groton, I think we're discussing town-owned property, either on the grand list or not, and that doesn't include state parks. Thank you.
Representative Weaver.
While I respect and appreciate the former representative's comments, I disagree because as a parent in Groton, I think to maintain open space is very important because as I recollect entirely, we're having problems getting people to move to our area, especially the families who are commuters who live outside of Groton. And we need more open spaces because we just built new schools. So I think it would be sad if we can't maintain the open spaces and that those parcels get sold because we need areas because our community and our families are growing for them to go to have recreational areas. So I think it would be foolish to leave it at 0. We should have it at the 25,000. Thank you, to have any opportunities for space that becomes available to add to our community. It might not add to our grand list, but it will add to the attractiveness to families moving into the area to have space like parks and playgrounds for our children to be in a safe environment. Thank you.
Representative Pacino.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Representative, sister, it is on. Representative Chase asked if
You're really quiet. You got to talk really close.
I'm going to put it in my mouth.
Correct.
Okay. So Representative Chase asked you if it remains at 0, if there's an alternative to get more money if open space is available. And the answer was yes?
Yes.
I don't even know what we're arguing about. All right, I'm done.
Representative Gardner. I'm going first people first and second.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to move the question.
Okay.
Second.
All right.
Debatable. Sorry.
We're moving the question.
She doesn't have to do that, even though she has a prerogative, but she doesn't have to.
We need to vote on moving the question.
Yes, we do, but, okay. All those in favor?
We need to move. We're voting. We're in the middle of a vote. Hold on one second.
Adams?
Yes.
Bailey? Bailey?
Representative Bailey, we're voting on moving the question. He is on.
Oh, he's gone. Wait,
No, he's there. He's second row left.
Oh, there he is.
Representative Bailey?
Moving the question, yes, no, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
Yeah.
Kopp?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrat?
Yes.
Eben?
No.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinipiero?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
Absolutely.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman? Aubrey?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Abstain.
Sammarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
VC Williams?
No.
Weaver?
Yes.
Wells?
No.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
Yes.
That's 25 yes, 10 no, 1 abstention.
I don't have 10 no. I have
Oops, I'm
8.
sorry, there's 8.
I have 8
Good
no,
God, 7,
1.
8.
So that
I can't read my own writing.
That motion passes. So the number on the floor is $25,000. We'll do.
Moderator?
Yes.
Would you sit next for 10 minutes?
No. $25,000.
Adams?
No.
Bailey?
Question there's,
The number-
there's going to be another number also?
The number that we're voting for is $25,000. This other number is $0, but currently we are voting for $25,000.
Thank you. No?
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf? Chase?
No.
Cop?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie? Representative Fritchie?
Yes. Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Guinipiero?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
He's not here. Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
Abstain.
Norman?
Yes.
11. Nope. 11. Aubrey?
Yes.
Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
Sammarero?
No.
Oops, 13. Thomas?
Yes.
14. VC Williams?
No.
Weaver?
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
Yes. That motion passes
18
to 15 to 1. And just for
Point of order?
clarification.
I think that
Is
was
that a
2.
two-thirds vote required?
Two abstentions.
Yeah.
Oh, you are correct. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
That does not pass. So the next number is $0.
No, it's a 2/3.
Because I'm sorry, it's a 2/3 vote.
Higher than the.
My
council.
apologies.
If it's higher than the council, it's 2/3.
We have to restore the number. So the number on the floor now is $0.
That's a CIP 8B for $0. I'm sorry?
We're in the middle of a vote.
I'd like to move another number.
I'm sorry.
The number's been called. The number's been called. What's that?
There was no opportunity to move or discuss, right? You have to leave a little space between.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order. You
Point
can
of
move
order.
Another number. You don't have to have all the votes together.
One more time. I didn't hear you, Representative Eben.
I said, point of order, you don't need to roll all the votes together. Usually allow debate. After a vote, you can allow new motions.
Okay,
That's just the way it works.
I will allow a motion. Representative Gauthier.
I move the number of $0.
Second, Jacome.
I mean, I call the question for $0.
Second,
Move the
Jacome.
motion.
I will,
No, we haven't had.
we haven't had even a
You can't
minute
call
to
the
discuss.
question within 10 minutes of having had.
Representative Norman.
We got that.
I move the number of $10,000.
Is that seconded?
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification, this will also require a 2/3 vote because it's higher than the council number.
Correct. Representative Cerf.
Yes, this is
Hold
actually,
on.
this is,
Please, excuse me, I'm sorry.
oh,
Representative Cerf has the floor, please.
this is a point of information as well as a point of humor, which we need at this point. There's been a discussion for as long as I've been in this town as to how much open space we have. Because the anti-open space people count things like cemeteries and the backyard of the firehouse and the little strip of land that the developers give us because they have to give us like some percentage of open space, so that little strip of land between the sidewalk and the development, they count that as open space. And then there's also the issue of federally owned, town-owned, and as Representative Merritt, my Haley Farm buddy, pointed out, state-owned open space like Haley Farm. I think it would be really useful if we could actually make an honest assessment one of these days of what is what. Let's count the cemeteries and the backyards of the firehouse and the playgrounds and everything else, and have a better outlined number so that we can understand what we're doing. And the only other thing I would like to say is that E.O. Wilson, who just died, who's Nobel Prize winning ecologist and conservationist, wrote a book called Half Earth, and in which he claimed that the only way that our civilization, us, the people, are going to survive in the future is if we dedicate half of the earth to open space and to wildlife. So just bear that in mind. When you're not voting for this number, you're basically putting a foot in the grave already.
Representative Pacino.
I'd like to reiterate, hey, it works this time. I'd like to reiterate what I said last time. The difference between 0, 10,000, and 25,000 is nothing. If this can get funded, if we vote for 0 tonight, and a piece of property becomes available that they want to purchase, the state town wants to purchase, we can get the money. There's other avenues. We're not out of the business. We can get the money. It's not a totally no, we're out of the business if we vote 0.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just a quick couple of points of information or questions. The council vote that voted it down to 0, what was the actual score on that?
Does it matter?
I'm just kind of curious to know if it was unanimous
I don't have it in front of us.
Sure what the relevance is.
2/3, 5-4. All right.
Well,
Second, so if we wanted to appropriate the money through the town councilway, as Representative Pacino suggested, what exactly is the process? It would be, how fast could it, what was the quickest turnaround it could happen?
3 months.
Well, if you were going to pursue the money, you're likely pursuing actually buying a piece of property, which means you're also going through the process to buy property. That's really the longer piece. The money piece is really easy. It's nothing. It's the actual postings, public hearings, going through the council, R.T.M. So the money piece is just kind of on the side.
So what sort of differential in timing would this affect if we had this money in this account?
Well,
how would it enable us to acquire open space faster, or is it an equal, a zero sum in that
for
regard?
25,000, it's unlikely that's going to be enough to match much of anything. Now, it's an accumulative thing, of course. Over the years, you want to build it up so that when something comes along, you can do it. But on its own, 25,000 wouldn't do much.
Now, do any of these matching funds actually survey towns' budgets to see if there's money set aside to meet these funds? Like, say, you know, with a grant or something, they would, in the grant application, would they ask that, do you already have money appropriated for this? Is that a question you come across in the grants?
Yes, that can be a question that we come across. Do we have funding committed? Do we have a negotiated purchase and sales agreement? The more of those things that we have, the better we score on grants.
Understood. So depending on who's offering the grant, who's reviewing those applications, it could be a factor of consideration as far as whether or not they decide to allocate the grant to Groton or elsewhere. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think, yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gauthier.
This is more kind of just a point of information. We're an hour and a half in and not through our third item, and we have representatives from human service agencies waiting for their accounts. I would really urge to have my fellow representatives think if their questions or comments are pertinent to this discussion any further, since we've had quite a discussion on it, and look forward to voting on this any number very soon. Thank you.
Representative Brill.
How much is in the fund right now?
$0.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
The number on the floor is $10,000.
So take 2/3 of.
We'll take a
and we have
2/3 vote.
34 people here, which would be 23 in favor.
Okay.
I have my hand up. Point of order.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead. I didn't see it.
Madam Moderator, I've had my hand up.
I said go ahead.
I just would like to speak that, as we have signed agreements that we're going to be looking at our community in a more resiliency and sustainable way, as we look at property development as an economic driver, open space is an economic driver. Having open space allows for quality of air, environmental protection, and also decreases the risk of disease and cancers and health concerns, COPD and asthma. Open space, by putting funds in this, tells the community that you're actually in favor of supporting open space. Remember, once open space is gone, you cannot get it back. And I encourage you guys to consider that when you're thinking about that. Thinking about transferring the money later is a great idea, but showing that you're putting the money in the account shows the community and the state, when you're going for some competitive grants, that we actually are putting the money where we say we really want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. The number on the floor is $10,000. We will
Adams?
do a roll call.
No. Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Cop?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
Oh.
Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gauthier?
Yes.
Guinpiero?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
Abstain.
Norman? Aubrey?
Yes.
Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
B.C. Williams?
Yes.
Weaver?
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
White?
No.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
I'm going to abstain. That motion fails. 18 to 14 to 2. The next number on the floor is $0.
Adams?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright.
Yes.
Casper.
No.
Chase.
Yes.
Cop. I'm sorry.
That was a no?
That's a no. Okay, thank you. Crockett Hubbard.
Oh,
Did I miss you, Chase? Oh, Surf, I'm sorry, Surf, I've got a hole here. Okay. You said no, Crockett Hubbard, thank you. Evan? Oops.
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
No.
5, 6. Okay, Frickman?
No.
Fritchie?
No.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinipiero?
No.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom?
No.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Abstain.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Powers?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
No.
Semeraro?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Weaver?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
No.
Whitney?
Yes.
Rusk?
Yes.
Oh, God.
What's the final number?
15-18-1.
So that number fails. So I'll take another number. Or we're moving past this and not voting.
Point of order?
Yes.
What was the vote count on that?
The vote was 15 yes, 18 no, 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Representative Pacino.
I'd like to move $1.
Because
That's a frivolous motion.
It would come out the same.
Point of order,
Representative
is that
Thomas.
$1?
I'd like to move $5,000.
I'll second that one.
Who was that?
Adams?
What was the amount?
5,000?
Okay.
this will also need a 2/3 because it's above 0.
Yep. You still need 23.
Okay. Representative
There
Jacome.
may be some discussions, yeah.
Well, I just want to say that we're just saying putting a number up there to put a number at this point, and that we're elected to be fiscally responsible to our residents, and we're just putting a number up there to be when we could have just passed it on 0. Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like to say that it's not just putting a number out there. This is some sort of negotiation is happening here. If you pay attention to what the votes are doing, like there was significant interest in trying to fund this balance. That was the will of the people. It didn't quite have enough to overturn the 2/3 threshold, right? But that first vote actually passed. So then there was a lesser amount. And so we voted on that. This is the process of negotiation. So we're trying to get someplace. I put this number out because it's, again, a halfway mark down. So I urge everyone, let's just vote yes on this one and get this thing over with and move on. I mean, enough of us believe in this. Let's just go with it.
Do I get to respond?
No.
No. Representative Gothier.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to table this item to a later date.
All those in favor, or do I have a second without?
Second, Massett.
Second, Massett. I would like to see a raise of hands, please, and all those in favor of tabling this item, please. So I have.
That's not the way to do it. You need to postpone to a specific place and time.
Okay, then we
You can't
postpone
just table if you want the budget to be done.
We will postpone it till Monday, which means we are all coming back Monday. So we are postponing this vote till Monday, the 19, 20, 21. All in favor of postponing this till Monday, please raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favor of postponing. 14. All those in favor of not postponing. All those opposed. I have
Can't tell you. This is not the way to vote. I can't.
Jacome, Chase, Gothier, or Gardner, V.C. Williams, Norman,
You just have to do it. You have to do a roll call. You can't.
Wells. Do you want to do it?
I can't
Okay.
take a vote.
All right, then
I can't.
we'll do a roll call
I
vote
have
so that
to.
we have it.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
can't.
Because of everybody online, it's too
I'm
hard.
sorry. People are bouncing all over online. Adams, postpone? We're postponing?
The vote is to postpone this till Monday.
Yes.
Okay. Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
No.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
No.
Cop?
No.
Crockett Hubbard? This is to postpone Crockett Hubbard. Dean Shinrot?
In favor of postponing till Monday, am I correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, yes, I vote yes.
Eben?
No.
Okay. Thomas? Frickman?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
I didn't hear that.
That was a yes.
Okay. Fritchie?
Abstain.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
No.
Gustafson? No. Hanscom?
No.
Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Powers?
Yes.
Pacino?
5,000 motion still be here on Monday?
Yes. Yes.
No.
Ray?
No.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
V.C. Williams?
No.
Watts? Weaver?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
Abstain.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
Yeah, no.
That's
So that
6.
fails 7 to 25 to 2. The number on the floor is $5,000.
Point of order.
That wasn't the right one.
Representative Whitney, what was your question?
My question, I think the town council went through something like this before, maybe not on the budget. But what happened was we had a number, a first amended number, and that failed. And then our original number of 0 failed. At that point, I don't think we can make an amended number. I don't think we can have a new motion. So I think what stands is the fact that we didn't pass any number, and then as the full budget goes through, that defaults to a 0. I don't have a perfect understanding of these matters, but I remember that the town council went through something like this. And what happened was all our primary motion failed. And we can't then propose another one, I think.
It happened a couple times during budget this year. It all depends if you have any, if it's, you can't make frivolous ones, but you can keep going as long as it's not frivolous. And then if you agree we just can't come to a conclusion, then it's 0.
Okay. So we are going to vote one last
So is this a
time.
new motion then?
This was a new motion, yes, that came on the floor
Okay.
of $5,000. So we are voting on $5,000. We need a 2/3 vote for this to pass.
I just want another point of order.
Yes.
If this doesn't pass and there are no other motions and we go through the rest of the budget, does this default to 0, or did we essentially not do our?
It defaults to 0.
Our duty for the budget?
It defaults to 0.
And just to mention, when it came up with the council, we were confused too, and so we actually got a legal opinion on it because it was unusual. So.
Okay. So the number is
Is there any other-
$5,000. We need 23 for this to pass.
Well, as long as Crockett Hubbard's awake.
Representative Crockett Hubbard, are you there? I'm not getting a response, so we have 33, so
Well, we had 34, so we'll say we have 30, well, she's here, but she's not voting.
she's not voting now.
So,
But, so we
okay,
need
Adams?
22.
No.
Okay. Bailey, this is $5,000, correct? Yep. Let me just put that.
$5,000. Representative Bailey?
No.
Thank you.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Cop?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard?
No. No.
Thank you. Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Fritchie?
No.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Guinipiero? Ruined it right there.
Yes.
Gustafson? No. Hanscom?
Yes.
Oops. Okay. Jacome?
No.
Gets us in the right line, 12. Massett?
No.
Merritt? Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Lee, Aubrey?
Yes.
Powers?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarrero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
B.C. Williams?
Yes.
Weaver?
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
I'm going to say yes. That motion
It
fails.
because it's 17 to 17.
17 to 17 to 0. At this point, we are going to move forward with the next number.
So it's got to be
So-
0.
That is 0. We are on to CIP HC, Gateway
default.
Wayfinding Sign Projects on page 243.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. CIP 8C Gateway Wayfinding Sign Project. Director Reiner discussed the plan for directional signage around Groton. Representative Surf motioned in the amount of $0. Seconded by Chair Gothier. Vote passed 3 to 2 to 0. Mainly, we were looking for cuts. We believed that some of this could have been paid for by ARPA or otherwise better spent on humans in town. So the number on the floor is 0.
Who was my second? I'm
Norman?
sorry. Thank you.
V.C. Williams?
Representative Aubrey.
I just want to say that a lot of time.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. A lot of time and a lot of energy has gone into this project. I think we've been working on this for better than 3 years. And if you see some of the signs that are out, you can't help but be impressed. And we need to finish this. When you come into town, you need to know which way to go. You need to know where things are. And it's ludicrous at this point to think about saying, I'm going to go $0. This is when, if you will allow me to say, and you can stone me later, this is when the R.T.M. looks so stupid. If that said $6,224,000, we'd all be going, yes, 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 because we don't know how to cut a big number. You get a small number, you all go crazy. So
I'm going to ask you
it's
to keep
time.
decorum in mind.
I beg your pardon?
Your decorum, please.
That is my decorum. So it really is embarrassing that, well, I guess I'm embarrassing.
Point of order, speak to the budget, please.
Yeah.
Please stay with the Representative Eben, your point, was it you?
It has nothing to do with anything.
Right.
Stay to the topic at hand, please.
The topic on hand is that we continuously are going in a very detrimental way. We are not making anybody proud of the R.T.M.
We have a motion on the floor, point of order.
There is a motion on the floor. She is.
Having fun yet?
She is
Has
getting
nothing
to.
to do with the motion. I haven't heard one thing relevant to the motion.
You know what?
That's all that I'm talking about, is the number on the floor and the foolishness of going on and on by cutting 5,000, 10,000, you know.
Do you have something with this motion?
Signage?
I'm trying.
Okay, do you have a motion?
Do I have a motion to put on the floor? We have 0 there now?
We have 0.
Okay, and the number that was, the manager's number was 70,000?
And the town council passed 70,000 also.
I would put 70,000 on the floor and ask everybody to be proud enough of Groton that you want signs so that people can find their way around. Thank you very much. And look at the money you've already put into it. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Did you say Gardner or Surf?
Gardner.
I would support the 0 budget. Signs are a thing of the past. Everybody has GPS now. They can find their way around, no problem. So 0 sounds like a good number to me.
Okay, Representative Surf.
Yes. I'm not at all in favor of this giant number. I should think you could be able to put a few signs in key places for less than $70,000. Furthermore, I would disagree with Representative Aubry. I was walking in Mystic today, and I saw these 2 giant signs pointing to where the walkway was for the people.
Point of order, please speak to the number.
Please speak to the number on hand.
Speak to the number. I'm speaking to the number. I'm the one who moved the 0 number. Because I happen to think, in fact, that too many signs are turning us into Disney World. And the signs that I saw in downtown Mystic today pointing to the bloody walkway for the pedestrians was ridiculous. I mean, if pedestrians can't find the walkway without defacing the face of Mystic, I don't even think we want them here. You know, let them get run over. I mean, really, we don't want ugly signs.
Decorum, please.
I mean, I'm joking, okay? But we really don't want all these ugly signs showing everybody every little thing. You know, this is silly. You know, let's act like grown-ups. We don't need this.
Representative Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can I just request a 10-minute recess for the Democratic Caucus?
Yes.
Thank you.
8:53.
They just turned it on.
I just turned it on. Before we vote, I'm letting everybody know where we stand. It is
What's the motion?
9:09. Can I finish my statement, please? It is 9:09. I have let the libraries know that they can go home for the night because I'm not going to ask them to stay any longer. We do have the pump out house that does, pump out boat, sorry, that needs to stay. So we are going to try to get through as much as we can tonight. At this point, we are on CIP 8C.
Speak in the microphone.
There are two motions on the floor currently. There is $0 and there is $70,000. The number passed by the town council was $70,000. That was the town manager's vote. The committee did zero it out. If we move the $70,000, we need a 50% vote, 50% plus one vote.
And just to mention, these are ARPA dollars.
Yes. Okay. Representative Eben.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just, I wonder in these days where everyone is on, cell phones, if the town of Groton has, a digital sign, a sign that can be accessed through a QR code or the internet, through, whatever, a website. And I just wonder if that might be a less expensive way to go than having more signs cluttering the downtown area.
I can quickly speak to that. Not everyone has a cell phone, and a lot of these signs are more directional signs along some of our major corridors through the town. So these are not necessarily all signs for walkers and passerbys, but looking to have a consistent signage program around the town. This is a plan, we completed a master plan about 3 years ago, and we've been targeting this, and the direction we had received from both the council and the R.T.M. was to do this incrementally, and that's why each year we come to you asking for a little bit of funding for this so that we can move forward slowly with this project. I'd encourage everybody to take a look on the town's website, look at the master plan that we completed for this, and thank you.
Seeing no further comments, we will vote on $70,000.
Okay, this is $70,000, just takes a majority. Adams?
Yeah.
Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
No.
Chase? Cop?
Yes.
Crockett Hubbard? I think she might have left. Yes, she has gone for the evening. Okay. Dean Shinbrot? Dean Shinbrot? You're muted.
Can come back.
Okay, we'll come back. Eben?
No.
Frickman?
No.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Guinapiero?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome? Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
If we could stop outside
Powers?
conversations, please, just
Yes.
get through this.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Weaver?
She left.
Oh. Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
Yes.
22-9.
Motion passes 22 to 9 to 0.
Yep, so we're missing
Next
some
up,
people.
we have CIP 8D, Downtown Mystic Parking, on page 244.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. CIP 8D Downtown Mystic Parking, Director Reiner provided an overview of the budget. Discussion included receiving input from residents and requesting an MOA from the town of Stonington to ensure that whatever they commit, they actually commit. And this is above and beyond that contractual amount. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Rep. Bailey made a motion for $0 with no second. Chair Gothier made a motion for funding in $90,000, seconded by Semeraro, and the motion passed unanimously. That $90,000 is contractually obligated already for work. We've already signed a contract on that amount, and we have to pay that amount. So if we don't pay for it here, we pay for it out of the general fund. The rest of the work, the construction work, discussion was essentially surrounding historic incidences with the town of Stonington where they didn't fund their side of a project, so we were on the hook for it, and that kind of situation. So making sure we have an MOA moving forward before we start construction, and also waiting on the results of the planning study that we've already paid for before we start paying for construction. And I think I don't have my book in front of me because I brought the wrong year's book. Some of that is to allow for parking meters to be installed, which will pay for themselves very quickly. So $90,000 is the amount I put on the floor.
Is there a second? So it was motioned by Representative Gothier, seconded by Representative Aubry, in the amount of $90,000. So you are aware the town council has, sorry, I'm not on the right page, $150,000 in ARPA funds. The committee was $90,000. Representative Casper.
I'd like to give another number.
What's your number?
Town council members, 150,000.
Motion made by Casper, second made by Norman. Would you like to speak on that?
First, I don't understand why what Stonington does or doesn't do should affect what we do. Most of the businesses are in Groton side of Mystic, and this project is all of this project is for the Groton side, and it really doesn't matter what Stonington does.
So the one item we want to be aware of with what Stonington does is if they put in, as far as an implementation measure, for example, paid parking on the roadways, and we don't have paid parking, that's going to then drive everyone to our side and then vice versa. So I think a lot of what the discussion was at the committee and at the town council was, as we move forward with any implementation of parking management in downtown Mystic, we just want to work with Stonington and try to implement it hand in hand. But we also don't want to, there's things we can do, if they don't fund it, we can still move forward.
Representative Frickman?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just had a couple of questions. So of the $90,000 that was proposed, that was just the obligation of construction that we already owe, right?
No.
Is that what you said?
No,
So could you explain what that $90,000 already was?
Yeah, so $15,000 is for the planning, and there was an additional $75,000 put on there for the parking meters.
Oh, so 75, okay. So no matter what, if we move, let's say hypothetically, we move zero, we would still have to take this out of the general fund, is that what you said?
Yes.
So actually, the $15,000 we were able to utilize out of this, I think it was last year's CIP funding. I think there might have just been a little bit of mix up there. So the $90,000, none of that, the 75 or the 15 is already contractually obligated. We're looking to move forward with Stonington with additional work. But I think there might have just been a little miscommunication with some of that. And not just parking. Yeah.
Representative Bailey?
No, I'm not done. I said I'd like to move a new number.
Okay. Yes.
I'd like to move $15,000.
There a second?
Second, Thomas.
Motion made by Representative Frickman, seconded by Representative Thomas. Representative Frickman, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. At this point, I don't agree with the parking meters downtown. And I think that for many of us, a lot of local residents who can find parking on a regular basis downtown in open spots that are free for us, that we're going to have to pay. So even though the parking meters pay for themselves, but a lot of us local residents who use the downtown parking spots are going to have to pay for that. So I don't agree with any use just because what Stonington does. I don't agree that what we should do at the same time. So at this point, I don't believe we should fund any money towards paying for parking downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bailey, oh, go ahead. Yep.
So one key component I want to put out there is the town has not decided that we're going to be putting parking meters in downtown Mystic. There's a second phase of this project, which we're just starting. We're trying to put together a stakeholder group because we want to get additional public input. We need additional council input. We need a lot more public input on what the implementation measures will be. Is parking something that came out of the last study that was highly recommended? Yes, but that decision has not yet been made.
Representative Frickman, or I'm sorry, Representative Bailey had his hand up, no? Then Representative Jacome was next.
Mr. Reiner, well, you said that most of it would be going to planning, then why is it a majority of it in construction?
No, the majority of the funding would be for construction. Only about $15,000 would be for the planning.
Okay. I would just say that I would almost support, I'm conflicted, but I would mostly support most likely the original number just because I would think it'd be better to get ahead of the game. But I don't also want to strain relationships with Stonington if we start pushing all the parking towards Stonington side. So just something to keep into consideration. Thank you.
Representative Massett was next.
There was a program announced, I think it was last week, and it was the Seaport and somebody else, and Chelsea Groton Bank, and they're gonna have 271 spots. Will that impact, ease up the parking so that maybe what is planned won't have to be as extensive?
That will certainly help. That the majority of that parking is going to be on the Stonington side of the river. The Chelsea Groton will give a little bit more permanency to their lots on the Groton side because sometimes people can park there, sometimes people can't. There's a lot of confusion on where people can and can't park. So all of this isn't just revolved around parking meters. There's other implementation programs that we want to utilize, such as working with some of the other large property owners, the churches, on both the Groton and Stonington side. I should also say that Stonington is partnering with us again on the second phase of this project. They have put some money into the planning side of it to have a stakeholder group to move forward looking at different cost options for parking meters on their side. But we've had really great communication, understanding that what one municipality does has an impact on the other. So it's something that we want to work hand in hand, but all of that needs to still needs a lot more public input as well as council approval to move things forward. You're welcome.
Representative Cerf.
Yes, as I mentioned to you in the committee, but you mentioned it twice tonight, so I'm relieved to hear you say it. Public input. The original committee that was composed to create the study.
Point of order, please speak to the number.
That came out last spring consisted mostly, I think, of
Hold on,
vendors.
there's a point of order.
Please speak to the number.
Can we stay to the motion on hand?
What? I'm speaking.
Okay.
I'm speaking to the parking thing.
Okay.
Is
Speak
that
to
all
the
right?
You were talking about
Yeah, there was a
community
study
input.
made.
Yep. Okay.
There was a study made, and I went and looked up who was in the committee, and it was all town people, vendors, people like that. There wasn't a single resident from our side of Groton, the Mystic side.
Point of
the
order,
Groton
how is this
Mystic
relevant to
side.
the number?
Not a single
She's asking
resident. And I asked John, before we commit to this $135,000 or whatever construction, that we should have more input from the actual residents who live there.
Correct.
like I live right on Pearl Street, which is very much affected by the parking problem. People turn around. And all the people that I know on Pearl Street, nobody's told me that they've, had any kind of input in this. So I think the $15,000 is a good thing to do this year. Let everybody run around like they did before. We'll have a few extra parking places. But before you commit to the 135, I really think the residents on our side of the river should get more input into this, because we are very much affected by it, and we haven't been asked anything.
Representative Kopp.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. Could you just confirm for us where the funding for this is going to come from?
Sure, the council approved this funding through ARPA funding.
Thank you. ARPA funding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Fritchie.
I want to agree with Mr. Frickman in the sense that I'm a 50-year resident of the Mystic area and Stonington side. Parking for residents is often based on time, where we have times where there aren't a huge number of tourists in town, and people shop there during those times, and they park there, and they plan their days around it. So it's very difficult to understand. There is a parking problem. I have actually talked to Rob Simmons about creating a Newport style where they have a massive parking area which is served by buses and other people to get them to different places. And that sort of seems like what they've done with Mystic Seaport and Chelsea Groton Bank. But to have for a local resident to have to pay, a parking meter to use their hometown when it's really as small a community as it is. If you take the population, if my numbers are correct, Mystic by
Point of order,
is
can we please
just
not make this a
3,000
referendum on
people.
parking meters? Can we
It's
please
not
just keep
a
this to the
huge
budget?
Community.
Representative
Nowhere
Fritchie.
near the size of Newport. So I'm totally opposed to any funding for parking meters.
Okay.
I like the other diet.
Thank you. Representative Fritchie, thank
support
you.
levels.
Representative Whitney.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilor Bordelon had her hand up before.
I'm
me,
going
if
through
we're
the
keeping order.
representatives first. I'll get,
But isn't she a
She's an-
member ex officio with
She
same
is.
standing except for voting?
she is. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so I have questions about, I'm certainly supportive of the 15,000 for planning and engineering. The 130, so I support the number that's currently on the table or before us, but the $135,000, by reading the CIP description, from hearing what I've heard, I'm still confused on what it is exactly for, and I'd like to know that, because if you read the CIP description, it's totally about the first phase, and that says for the first phase of Mystic parking implementation includes on-street metered parking, which we've been talking about, shared lot parking agreements, employee and limited resident parking permit program. Those last two don't sound like construction per se. Valet parking policy, that doesn't sound like construction either. Electronic handheld parking enforcement management system, that doesn't to me sound like construction either, but maybe it would fall under that. It just doesn't seem like it. Seems like to me, the only one of that list, and this is the full bullet point of what's in the first phase of Mystic parking, is on-street metered parking. So my question is specifically, if we're going to appropriate funds for the coming fiscal year for construction, $135,000, what is that specifically for? To be able to actually do it next year, we must have someone must have a concrete plan for what's going on. I'd like to hear that.
Sure. So we gave an update to the town council about 2 months ago with our consultant going over a summary of the Mystic parking management study that was completed. And within that, we had laid out all of these options. We don't have an exact number on what on-street parking meters themselves would cost. It's going to be somewhere in the $100,000 ballpark. creating shared parking lot agreements. Those in themselves might not cost money, but there could be some construction associated with that if we have to do any improvements on any of those lots. The same goes for employee and limited resident parking permit program. There may be things that we have to construct as part of that. The same goes if we do any valet parking, we may have to demarcate certain areas that are for valet parking, and then purchasing electronic handheld parking enforcement management systems. Those would be actual devices that we would have to purchase. So this was our best estimate of a cost of some of those items, working with our consultant.
So for the last part, the devices you'd have to be purchased, that would not fall under construction. So we're not approving that here. That's clear. The other part seems like the bulk of it is the parking meters, but I thought in your prior comment you said that would take a whole lot more public input. And what I'm sensitive to is the fact that, well, we hear that things haven't been decided yet, we'll get more public input, but meanwhile, everything's rolling along. And I fear that if we, as an R.T.M., approve $135,000 or any amount for construction this year, that we're really implicitly approving metered parking before, as you've said, there hasn't been enough public input. And the maybes that you give sounds to me like these are not shovel-ready projects in your mind, and that's what the planning takes. So I really feel like this CIP, instead of just being a one-year CIP, should be a phased program where we have the planning in this year, the 15,000, and then we come back to, after hearing the planning for FYE 2024, and then maybe further on to do these things. But I think it's really important. It's the sea change if you're putting in metered parking. It's really important to get a lot of public input. This town in recent years has gone wrong in kind of rushing that process. And if we as an R.T.M. appropriate the money now for construction before knowing what we're constructing, before you say we have enough public input, and while we all have these maybes,
he's not past 10
then that's just not the way to go. But so could you give so your firmest estimate is $100,000 for metered parking, and that's what's going to happen with this construction funds? Is that what's going to happen?
I don't know what's going to happen with the construction funds because the council has not given us direction on what to build.
So I guess I'm confused why. So these construction funds, it seems to me, most of the construction, that big pot has to be for metered. So why is this estimate for $135,000, or like why is it over $100,000 when that's the only item, the parking meters, that could be that size if you're not already intending to do that?
Well, I think I already answered the question. We don't intend to do that. We're waiting on additional public input, resident input, and following up on the recommendations of that report, which was, we had a number of public hearings. Unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of public participation, and that's something we want to do further outreach and participation on. But again, if we don't start setting the money aside now to work on the implementation of this, if the council and the public had us move forward on some of the implementation measures, at this point, if this money was approved, we would be hopeful to have some of those items actually implemented and constructed prior to the summer of 2023. Otherwise, it'll be the summer of 2024 if we push this off another year. And the amount of feedback that we get from businesses, residents, and others on parking in Mystic is probably one of our biggest complaints that we receive year-round in the town. The town manager has spoken to that numerous times.
So let me ask kind of in a
Representative
different
Whitney,
way.
you're getting close to the
If the
end.
town council or the town as a whole does not give the direction to go forward with parking meters after more input, what could these funds in excess of $100,000 conceivably go to? Because nothing else in the first phase would amount to even close that much.
Some of those other items could cost substantial funds. We would be looking to get input from the council and the public on what this funding should be used for.
It's over $100,000 for parking agreements and valet parking policy?
There may be other construction things that have to happen as part of those. Because we haven't designed those yet, I can't speak to an exact number.
Representative Thomas?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I'm done with those. I'd just like to say that we really need a lot more public input. Also, I think we should do the planning first, and that's why I'll be supporting the $15,000. And just furthermore, I really do think we should go in order of when people have raised their hands, and an ex officio member, except for voting rights, has the same rights as anyone else.
Fine. Councilor Borderline, let's go next. She's muted. Councilor? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you.
Oh,
Hello,
I'll
can
defer.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm just making sure you can hear me.
I can hear. You're heard.
Perfect. First, I just want to align my marks with Representative Whitney. I couldn't say it any better. I mean, he really nailed it home. I encourage the R.T.M members to watch the town council meeting. I spoke very openly about the fact that there was not a transparent plan here. The gentleman who came to represent what happened in New Hampshire and in different areas, he has a very thorough plan. In that meeting, I asked, what is our plan? When do we bring this forward to the public? We did have some public input when at the very beginning, but the final plan was not fully publicly vetted, in my opinion. Unfortunately, I was not able to vote on this CIP as I had a death in the family, was out of state. I think this number is pretty loaded, and I do not think that we should be putting the cart before the horse here and allowing this much money to go through without a plan and a proper due diligence and a actual lookout. The town council meeting, when I asked questions, things were stated as such that Stonington has a plan and they're waiting for us. And I asked at that meeting, where is our public input on meters? We haven't had one. So to put this amount of money, but then to disagree about other funds, I feel like we're not doing our due diligence, and I encourage the R.T.M. to really look at this. I think it definitely needs to be a parking arrangement in Mystic, but is parking meters the right decision? Some of the things that were brought up were the fact that no public transportation currently goes through downtown Mystic. What would that cost? Also, other communities like Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which is a great kind of...
Councilor Bordelon, could you speak to the number, please? Yep. We're not discussing what else isn't coming through.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator Rusk. I am speaking to the number, and the gentleman who spoke
Your decorum,
about
please.
This study...
Your decorum, please.
...was speaking from... Yeah, I am. I'm being very decorum. The thing about this is that we need to look at public transportation, shuttles running from the hotels to help cut the amount of traffic coming through the town. There are other feeder problems that are there before adding parking meters that we have yet to address. Right. And I encourage that we do such. I feel like allocating funds for something that has not been fully constructed or really vetted properly is not doing our due diligence. So,
explain to her why we can't discuss like this.
Representative Bordelon, we need to stay on the topic and not be moving off onto other areas.
I would like for you not to mute me when I'm not ready to mute it. And,
I did not mute you.
Thank you. I can respect you.
Excuse me.
I did not mute you. Thank you.
Madam Moderator.
Okay, well, whoever has the computer muted me. I just wanted that for the record. But I encourage the R.T.M. to look at this, and I really, really respect Representative Whitney's due diligence on this. And I mean, he was very articulate on this. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll be brief. Most of what my concerns had to do with this have already been spoken. I align my comments with Representative Whitney and Councilor Bordelon and others who have spoken as far as I think it's important that we have a plan first. So I think having some more time for planning would be good. And in that case, I would encourage everyone to vote for the 15,000 number for just the planning and engineering aspect. And that way we can kind of move forward and kind of figure out what we're doing before we start throwing money at it. Thank you.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I have some information. We funded this. This CIP was, there was a CIP last year. It was CIP 8F as in Foxtrot, and it was funded for $75,000. And it reads pretty much the last line of this CIP and the current one is word for word on the last sentence, and it was requesting funds in 22.
I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, point of order. We discussed this in committee, and Representative Bailey's point was already addressed that that number actually didn't pass. So
that number did not pass?
No.
Thank you for the information. So that number did not pass, Representative Bailey. Yes. Representative Bailey?
I was just wondering if anybody would like to amend their numbers that are on the board. That's all.
We have three numbers on the board.
The only question I have is what numbers are on the board, please?
The numbers on the board are 90,000, 150,000, and 15,000 currently.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I agree with Representative Whitney 100%, but I do have a question about the $90,000 that's on the board.
Yes.
So what expenses were incurred, and what fiscal year were they incurred in?
Representative Gauthier, could you speak to your number of the 90,000?
Yes, like I said in the beginning, it was 15,000 for the planning and then 75,000 to do some of the construction activities.
And was that incurred in this fiscal year, FY22?
Nothing's been incurred because it's appropriating for next fiscal year. I don't understand your question. Nothing's been incurred for 23 yet because
I thought you said we already incurred some expenses.
I did not.
We've incurred expenses in the past, so we do have a plan for Mystic Parking that had a number of public meetings. There was outreach to citizens. It's on at the town's webpage. It's been on the webpage for probably 7 months now. I'd encourage people to look at it and read it. There's been at least 2 presentations to the town council on this matter. So there has been some planning. We are under contract again right now with our consultant, John Burke, to do additional public outreach and input on the methods and the items that are in that plan, as well as to look at how can we start implementing items within that plan. That's, I think we're under contract with him for about $16,000 right now.
So you have a contract that you do not have money to pay for? Is that?
No, that's in this year's budget. I have money.
That's in this year's budget. So we don't really owe any money for going forward right now.
No, I'm not allowed to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Whitney, do you still have your hand up, or did you want to make another comment? Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. Representative Gauthier, because you keep getting asked to talk about in between. Sorry. My apologies. Representative Gauthier.
Yes, I would like to clarify something that Director Reiner had said. Did you say that the planning had already been paid for? That this allocation was supposed to be made for?
Some planning has already been paid for. Not all of the planning has been paid for.
How much left is there to pay for the planning?
So depending on what comes out of the next phase that we're doing, that we're currently doing right now, we envision there'll be a need for another $15,000 worth of planning work and approximately $135,000 for construction work. So that's what we're estimating in the future based on what's already been done and what will happen over the course of the next year. You're welcome.
Seeing no other hands, the number on the floor is $15,000. We will do a roll call vote.
Okay, Representative Adams.
Abstain.
Bailey.
Yes.
Burrell.
No.
Bright.
Yes.
Casper.
No.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot?
Representative Dean Shinbrot?
We'll come
Can't
back.
hear you, somebody's coughing.
Representative Dean Shinbrot. Okay, we'll come back. Eben?
Which number are we on?
$15,000.
No.
No, okay. Thank you. Eben?
And just, did you say 15,000?
15000. Yes, 15,000.
Thank you. Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Ritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinipiero?
Yes.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom? I think.
Yes.
12. Jacome?
No.
Massett?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
No.
Powers is gone. Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
VC Williams?
No.
Weaver? Oh, it's gone. Sorry. Wells?
No.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
Rusk?
No.
Okay.
That motion passes 18 to 12 to 1. All right, next up, CIP 8E, Mystic Coastal Access Trail signage, and on page 245.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. CIP 8E Mystic Coastal Access Trail and Signage Program Director Reiner provided an overview of the plan to improve the coastal access wayfinding signage in Mystic. Representative Surf motioned funding in the amount of $0 due to a lack of parking availability in the area, seconded by Representative Bailey. Representative Semeraro discussed the ability of people walking to coastal access. Vote in the amount of $0 passed 4-1 to 0. I'm put on the floor motion of $0.
Is there a second?
Second, Thomas.
Motion made by Representative Gothier, seconded by Representative Thomas. Representative Jacome.
This is for Mr. Burr or Director Reiner. I remember probably my last being on the R.T.M. last term, we did get some emails from Mr. Fitzgerald, not the ARPA coordinator, but another Mr. Fitzgerald, in regards to signage. And I know we couldn't accommodate based on what he wanted because it's just out of date, but I wanted to hear, that perspective.
Sorry, speak to the number, please. Point of order. Speak to the number.
His question was, there was a question or community involvement regarding signage. So is there concern in the community regarding signage?
How does that involve the number, though?
The question is, do we fund more or do we fund zero?
Yes.
Okay. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Was there questions regarding signage?
Yes, there was. Sorry, I'm just trying to follow who can talk. Yes. That initial feedback from Mr. Fitzgerald pushed us in the direction of, we had been wanting to work on an actual Mystic Coastal Access signage plan. We created a plan. We didn't have a lot of money to create that plan. The money we're asking for now is to refine that plan and to do a lot more public outreach as part of that plan to get, again, more public input on what it is we're looking to do. And I mean, even with this body here, you hear the differences of how some people want more signage and some people want less signage. And that's something we want to get a better pulse of the community, because we received a lot of feedback that many people had no idea that that coastal access trail even existed.
Representative Thomas. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I was one of the first events that we had the opportunity to do, the coastal signage tour, and it was true. The signage was deteriorating, almost not visible. There was some discussion on that. So with that, I would like to put an amendment on the floor for the amount of 15,000.
Second, Thomas.
Motion made by Representative Jacome, seconded by Thomas. Representative Thomas? Representative Thomas, you were next.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I've been tracking this this situation for a little bit, so I am aware of the community's interest in signage and also like some concerns against the signage. And having worked in Mystic and all that, I know for a fact that in certain areas it's definitely lacking, and there's areas to be that are great to be able to walk on, and it'd be good to know that other people could do that. Yeah, I'm in favor of the 15,000 number, so I would encourage people to think about that. Thank you.
Representative Surf.
Yes, I'd like to speak to the most important part of the plan, which is when people want coastal access, it's usually so they can put their boat in. There are many places.
I don't.
They want to put their boat in the water.
Jen?
Yes?
Microphone turned off.
Well,
You still can't hear me?
Now we can.
Okay.
Point of order, her mic is out. Can we get a new mic? Thank you.
I'm sorry, you can't make a motion, I'm sorry.
What's the problem now?
We can hear her.
Oh, okay. So there are many places, such as there's a wonderful one on River Road, which has plenty of place to park, including if you wanted to put a trailer, like a small trailer for a canoe or whatever, or even a larger trailer for a motorboat, plenty of place to park. There are others in downtown Mystic, for instance, one on a little side street near me where there's like zero room to park, and there's one on Fort Rachel Marina, which is also full of boats and usually full of cars. There's no place to park. There's no place to put a trailer.
Okay.
So to me, it's critical. I know about all these because I used to take my dog swimming there because it was the only place that I would find that I wouldn't get
Point of
arrested.
order, please speak to the question.
Please state,
Yeah, well, so
please state to the
it's
motion.
critical to me that when you're planning these things, that you sort out, that you make it very clear.
Your microphone's not
where
working.
people are going to park and what kind of boat they can put there, whether they can leave their trailers there.
So I just want to make a clarifying statement here. The $15,000 that this number represents
Yes.
is for refinement of a plan and public outreach. It is not, so that would be the time that they would determine whether or not parking would need to
Okay,
be
well,
there.
but this is more than just signs is what I'm talking about.
This
okay?
is, the $15,000 is for refinement of the plan and public outreach.
All right. Well, I do hope it will be taken into consideration that, a lot of these areas are residential and they just don't have any parking and they don't want trailers on their lawn.
Okay.
So once again, because the emphasis is so much on pleasing all the tourists and all the vendors and never the resident, I'm pleading for my constituency that residents have to be taken into account, and all these places have a different character, and that has to be taken into account.
Thank you.
So I'll vote for the number, but it can't just be done without input, again, from the people who will be affected.
And that's what the $15,000 is for public outreach. Also, Representative Whitney.
But not on the website.
Representative Whitney.
Thank you. I support the $15,000 for public access. I echo that because it is for planning, I echo that there should be, of course, continued public input from all sides on this. And I'd like to say that this is a great way to design a CIP where the planning is in 1 year and then the projected construction comes the year after. So I'll support the 15,000.
Thank you, Representative Whitney. Representative Aubrey.
Yes, I just wanted to speak in favor of this 15,000. We had some neighbors that came in and talked about their concern about this, and I've received quite a few calls, actually, and a couple emails from people that are concerned, and I've been saying to them, this is just for information. When they have the meeting, come to the meeting. Follow along with it. But I think it's very important, exactly what's been said, so I apologize for repeating it. But this is just to reach out to the people. The rumors that are going over there now, you wouldn't even begin to believe. But as long as we're going to be really working towards getting those people there, I think that's very important, because they've got to share with the whole community. Thank you.
Representative Frickman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. I guess I'm just confused on how you guys came up with the number of $15,000 for planning for signs for coastal access. So I said, could you guys explain how you came up to $15,000 and why it's going to cost that much money? It seems like an excessive amount of money. I know it's only $15,000, but it's still taxpayer dollars for planning, for something that seems like a staff member could do on their own with money we already have.
So the plan, it is a Mystic Coastal Access Trail and signage program. So the planning is for refinement of a trail along the water in downtown Mystic. We have part of that trail already identified and easements already granted to the town, and there's been quite a bit of public input about ways that we can improve and expand that trail in the future and sign that trail and mark out how we can connect those points better. So this is not just a plan to create signs.
So, okay, even with that though, I just think like we have staff that we already pay, and I'm wondering why $15,000? Like, how do we come up with $15,000 if none of it's going to construction of a trail or creation of signs? Then how do you guys just come up with $15,000?
So in talking to the consultant that had helped us on the first draft, or the first plan that we had created for this, the estimated number to refine that plan, so when we took that plan to the town council, there was feedback that there was a need for more public input and to further refine that plan and redo some of the designs, some of the access ways through there. And that was the number that the consultant came up with to further take that plan to the next step.
Okay, so going back to what I earlier prefaced was, we already have staff, and we've increased, your budgets over the years to do a lot of these things. And so how come this is going to cost us extra? Like, shouldn't this stuff, or could this stuff be done with our regular staff without having planning?
So every year, the amount of things that are tasked to our staff keeps increasing. And other than having, now we have the ARPA, we have an ARPA coordinator, but it still requires additional staff and time. We have a need for sustainability and resiliency. We needed a staff member for that. But other items that we have to do keep increasing, and the rest of our staff has not increased. That number has actually shrunk, I think, over the past 15 years or so.
But I just feel like we've increased staff. Like we're hiring a resiliency officer, we're hiring a lot of these other additional add-ons, and I feel like this is something that could be done with the staff we already have, versus having to pay for more studies, which I think after a while we just keep paying for studies, and I feel like it's just wasting taxpayer dollars when we could use the staff we already have. So I will not be supporting $15,000. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands, we are on CIP 8E. The number that we are voting on is $15,000.
Madam Moderator, my hand is up.
No, your hand did not go up until after I called the vote. So we're going through this vote,
really quick,
please.
and I was about to put my hand up, so you didn't ask
Wait.
if there's any more hands. So
The vote was called. The number is $15,000. We will do a roll call vote.
that's your choice. Thank you.
Okay, Adams.
Yes.
Bailey.
Just a question. What's the other number, please?
$15,000 or $0 are the numbers on the floor.
Okay, no.
Burrell? Bright? Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Kopp?
No.
Dean Schindrott?
No.
Evan?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Fritchie?
He's not on there.
Oh, he left, okay.
Oh, no,
No,
he's
he's
right
there. You're muted, Mr. Fritchie, there.
Can you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
You're muted.
Can you do a thumbs up or a thumbs down on your vote?
There he goes. Okay, now you can speak.
Okay, the answer is
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay, there we go. Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Guinapiero?
No.
Gustafson? Yes. Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yeah.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubry?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray? Did she leave?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, couldn't get it out.
It's okay. It's all right. Demeraro?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
And Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
And Rusk?
Yes, that motion passes.
22 to 9.
22 to 9. We are done with our CIPs, and that, next up, we have account number 1051, Human Services, on page 131. Director Marge Fundulis is on Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Marge Mundulis, for staying with us for so long. It is now 10 o'clock.
But he can't
Do we
come on Monday.
have to vote to keep going?
All those in favor of continuing tonight? I don't have anyone online.
Well,
I've got everybody in the room. Okay. So
Okay.
we're going to keep moving.
Yeah, they're
Thank
all
you.
up. They're all
Just
up.
one thing, we have a couple of outside agencies who cannot attend on Monday. Do we want to move forward with the two outside, two? Do we still have two?
Well, we have 2 ambulances and ARC and, well, it's people that are here.
The library CIP can't be here Monday, but we don't have everyone anymore.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to move those items up to the top.
That's fine. Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor, just raise your hand, please.
Okay, that looks
That's
good.
2/3.
That's a majority.
That's a majority.
What's your motion?
I was wondering if you could make a motion to move all the outside agencies.
That's what we just did.
We just did that. We're doing the ones that are here. Some of them were sent home because they were not going to get there.
I think we only had one small thing.
Yep. So,
Okay.
to just
So
be very
I can tell
specific.
you what you have here if you want.
Who's all here, please?
Do you want to know who's here?
Yes, please.
Okay. You have, oh boy, I can never read these things. United Community Family and Services, you have the ARC, and you have Mystic River Ambulance and Groton Ambulance, and you have the Marine Pump Out Boat.
So,
Can you give me the numbers for those?
It's all under, it's 10840-9A. It's 0 through 9. You know,
108.
it's on that page, let me tell you what page it's on. It's on 172, page 172 in your book.
So we have.
I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, could we also do the CIP for the library?
We will try to get there.
Okay.
Yes.
Just move it up with everything
Yeah.
else.
So we have Groton Ambulance here. We have Marine Sewage Disposal. You have Mystic River Ambulance. Am I missing anybody?
Yeah, that, and then you have to turn the page. so-
The service agencies?
And you have ARC of New London County and UCFS Behavioral Services.
Those are all part of the one number for all.
I don't know if they were
So
taken out separately.
it would be accounts 10843, 10845, 10847, 10848, and CIP.
My problem is we allowed some people to go home thinking that we weren't going to get there, so I don't want to vote on the whole number. without,
Well, actually, we don't have any outside, these are all the same outside people that were here. They've been here all night.
we don't have the Bill Memorial Library
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So we just won't vote on their numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
but listen to them so that we have the people who are here, at least you've heard what they want to say.
Sorry. Yes.
so what
That's what I mean is we're not going to call those numbers. We'll move those to Monday.
1084,
10848 is Mystic River Ambulance, who I believe is still in attendance.
Yep.
We have 10847, which is the Marine Sewage Disposal, still in attendance.
Okay.
10845, the service agencies that have attended are still here, I believe.
Yep.
10843 is Groton Ambulance.
Yep.
And we have CIP 7G, which is the town meeting room AV presentation equipment.
there you go.
Okay. So, what number would you like to start with?
What?
Point of order.
10,
Point of order.
108403. What is your point of
I
order?
gather we're trying to figure out which accounts we're going to deal with tonight, but I thought a motion was on, something was moved, but didn't get a
Yes.
sense of what it really was. I thought you were kind of trying to build that.
We made a motion
What's the
to
last one?
move items on the agenda, but really, there was a consensus in the room
Yeah.
to move forward.
So movement
what
of
happened to the
agenda.
So we are moving to 108403, which is Groton Ambulance.
Is that what she's taking first?
Right, but still, this is still a point of order. What happened to the motion? What was the emotion, and then what happened?
The motion was that we move items on the budget to accommodate the people who are still in the audience, who are from outside agencies who are not able to come on Monday.
And
And it was
that
a
seconded?
consensus.
Yes.
And when did we vote on it?
It was a show of hands.
It was a show of hands, and would you like a
Did
full
you ask
vote?
anyone?
No, we don't want a full vote. We need to get on with this, please,
Did,
please, wait.
I move for a roll call vote, because I don't think anyone online was asked for that.
No,
We've already
past that. Sorry
passed
that
it.
You have a problem.
We're moving forward.
Well, I didn't get a chance to vote, so, and I didn't
wasn't
hear
a
you
vote.
voting, so.
It was a
Did you count the
consensus.
online
It was a
people or not?
consensus. We've moved things around on this agenda multiple times.
Wait, point of order, did you count people online or not? Because we're
wasn't
here in
a
the meeting
counted
just as
vote.
much as anyone else is.
Okay.
Right, you know what?
Let's,
I'm sorry.
Decorum,
Actually, Mr. Point of order, Mr. Burt, there is a rule on this
This
with
is a
Robert's
hybrid
rules for
meeting.
moving agenda items, isn't it? You need a 2/3 vote to move an item on an agenda.
No. No.
That's how I always
I
understood
moved
it.
to adjourn.
okay, so let's take a vote on this. We are moving up the numbers so that we can get through the people who are outside agencies who are not available to be there on Monday. So,
Point of order.
Can I
would
please-
like to know the
can-
results of the vote.
We're taking
it
the
was
vote right
an
now.
inofficial, a show of hands.
It was not.
So we're going to take a vote right now.
No point of order. Adams?
Roll call vote?
Yes.
She's doing it right now.
Jesus. Adams? Yes. Thank you. Bailey? Bailey? Burrell?
No. No.
Okay. Bright?
Yes.
Thank you. Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yeah.
Cop?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie? Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome? Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman? Aubrey? Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
VC Williams?
Yes.
Weaver is gone. Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
That's 2. And Rusk?
Yes, so that
29
motion
to 2.
passes 29 to 2. We are moving to item 1084003 Groton Ambulance. That is on page 172 to 173. Is there someone here from Groton Ambulance on? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Account 10843, Groton Ambulance. A motion was made for $341,700 by Representative Cerf, seconded by Semeraro, passed 3-1 to 0. And that is the number I move to the floor.
What's the number, please?
$341,700.
Second, Norman. So that number was made by Representative Gauthier, seconded by Representative Norman. Is there discussion? Representative Merritt.
Yes, I'd like to know why the sudden increase from $105,000 to $341,000.
Mr. Kanicki?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you allowing me to speak, and I do appreciate everybody staying. The main reason is we've been underfunded for so many years, and with COVID, it really brought that to light, and this is pretty much playing catch up, if you would. We learned a lot of things through COVID, especially the fact that ambulance companies are at the bottom of the list for being paid from insurance providers. And if you notice on the line item budget that we sent, we have worked into there a contingency so that we would not run into the issue that we're running into now as being underfunded and having to cut back services. And we were pushed to the limit during COVID, and we still anticipate our revenue to be going down, and there is a staffing shortage, and we are having to pay more in overtime to cover the shifts so that we can maintain the same level of service that we have been consistently.
So what you're saying is you're $235,000 in the hole from last year? That's the difference?
No, we are actually more than that in the hole from COVID, but we are anticipating or hoping to get some of the ARPA money to bring us back to being whole. This is just the bare bones minimum to keep the operation at the current level of service that we are providing right now.
And you maintain line items for all money spent naturally.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Can't hear you.
You maintain line item records for all money spent naturally?
Yes, we do. We have it's audited by an accountant every year, and we have to supply it to the federal government because we receive Medicare funds. So it is looked at by many different eyes.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to move a number of $105,952.
105, one more time?
105,952.
Second, Motion made by Representative Thomas, seconded by Representative Chase. Would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, this is a 0% increase. I am proposing just to kind of keep it flat funded. It sounds like it's a crystal clear case for ARPA funding in this case that should be diverted to rectify the situation. So I would encourage the Groton Ambulance to apply for the ARPA funds. I would encourage the town manager to take note and see what they can do, see what this town staff can do to kind of fast track that as much as possible. But I don't think we need to spend this out of our pocket first if we got that ARPA money sitting right there and the applications are now available. So please support the 105,952. Thank you.
If if I could
Representative
speak to
Burt has the floor. Hold on one second. Town Manager Burt has the floor. Just 1 second.
He's probably going to speak to that too. The one thing I don't encourage on ARPA dollars is anything that's going to be ongoing. So if there's a one-time like CIP, capital project, that's one thing. But if they actually need money to continue on every year, then that should not be ARPA dollars. So I just want to make that distinction.
Mr. Kanicki?
I will say that back in 2002 and 2003, we had an agreement with the town that we would be receive $146,000 with a scheduled 3.5% to 5% annual increase. And had this agreement been maintained, we would have been compensated well over $300,000 last year. So to bring it back to just $105,000, I think is going to be a huge detriment not only to the service, but to the service that the residents and visitors get, because we have been underfunded for so long that it has built up to this point where we can't maintain a zero. We, at one point, were getting over $300,000 and it's been cut, and now we're reaping the problems that has caused, and we're at a point where this money, we can't sustain the same level of service because our calls per level of service has increased drastically, especially during COVID. Back in 2002, we probably did around 3,000 calls. Last year, we did over 6,100 calls, and the money keeps going down, but the volume keeps going up. So we are really struggling because of the fact that we've been cut so many times in the past years that we should be getting more money due to the criticality of our service that we provide to the residents and the visitors.
Representative Surf.
Point of information.
Please stand.
Excuse me, when we voted for the golf course, my favorite item.
We're talking about Mystic River Ambulance.
Yes, but the ARPA funds.
I'm sorry,
I'm talking
Groton
about the ARPA funds. Number one, this particular item for the maintenance shed for the golf course, that was under the ARPA funds. It wasn't?
I need you to speak to this motion. We're not.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, we had to vote on that even though it was paid for by ARPA.
Correct.
So it's the same thing. We still have to vote on this gentleman's full number in order, even if part of it is going to be paid for by ARPA, don't we?
This isn't getting paid by ARPA funding.
The town manager.
This number isn't getting paid by ARPA funding.
It's what?
This number is not getting paid by ARPA funding.
But if as Representative Thomas suggested that we should pay for the increase out of ARPA funds, we would still have to vote for it, right? It's just that but this is what I don't understand.
So we don't get to choose where money comes from?
The funding method for the golf course maintenance thing doesn't say ARPA. So where does it say when you fund something out of ARPA? That's a question for the town manager.
So that's not relevant to this topic per se. So
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
Well, these are big numbers, and if we don't understand how they're being funded.
So this $341,700 is coming out of the general fund, correct? Town manager?
Correct.
And then $105,000 would be coming out of the general fund. We don't have the opportunity to say we want this out of ARPA funding. What Representative Thomas was saying is that he believed, correct me if I'm wrong, that you should keep it at the regular number and then they should apply for ARPA funding to make up the difference.
But the golf course maintenance, they didn't have to apply for ARPA funding.
This doesn't have, no, it's, the town council set where the money was coming from. That's the difference. So
But it's not in the book here.
It's a one-time project.
So
that was
So it's just a sort of a, I'm still very confused about how this ARPA thing works. But it seems to me, I really want the Groton ambulance to get this amount of money because they were our first responders during all of COVID. They exposed themselves for 2 whole years, picking up sick people and taking them to the hospital. And I think we really you know, we owe it to them to fund them in the capacity where they need it, and certainly deserve it.
Thank you. Representative Chase was next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Is this a private nonprofit agency?
Or is Mystic, or is Groton Ambulance considered a nonprofit agency? Mr. Kanicki?
We are a nonprofit agency, a 501(c)(3).
So I believe I heard previously in other meetings that they're mandated to provide service to our area. Is that true?
We are required to provide service to our PSA, which is our primary service area, in accordance with the state law.
So you can't really cut services if you're not funded this full amount. Is that correct?
We would have no choice but to cut services. It would be physically impossible for us to provide the same level of care that we are currently providing.
There's some minimum requirements, but there is some areas above those requirements because it's needed, because those requirements have been around for a while.
So he couldn't cut then?
Not and do everything that they've been doing, no.
So can I jump in here? Can you clarify what you would need to cut, Mr. Kanicki? If you had $105,952?
We would have to cut our staffing back to not have as many ambulances staffed and ready to go as we do now. And the detriment to the actual people needing help would be very noticeable for increased wait times. So right now, if you call 911, we have an ambulance staff ready to go. We have 2 ambulances staffed right now ready to go. So they would be at your address within 8 minutes. If we were to cut back to 1 and 2 calls came in, that second call could wait up to 20 to 30 minutes before an ambulance gets there. And that could mean the difference between life or death during that time, which is why we like to keep 2 ambulances staffed, because there is a need for it, because of the call volume is so great that we need the ambulances to respond to them.
Okay, so what you're requesting is a 223% increase. So I'd like to put another motion on the floor of $211,904, and that's a 100% increase.
211,904?
Yes.
That was.
Second, Thomas.
Motion was made by Representative Chase, seconded by Representative Thomas. Councilor Bordelon.
Thank you. This was a hard one for me. As a person who works in the medical field, I do agree that we need to provide service, but I think it's important to keep in account that we do provide a low-cost facility for the nonprofit agency. When looking at its counterpart, Mystic, which services only a smaller portion, they own their building, and their increase comes in very modest in comparison. I can frankly support the second number in the sense that it provides a increase, but not an overexertion of an increase of over 200 and something percent. I do support the fact that ARPA funds could be used for something like this. And I think Representative Cerf was trying to articulate that in the sense that looking at certain ways the council allocated ARPA funds, this was not one that anybody decided to allocate to. And this would be one. When looking at ARPA funds, we must remember why ARPA funds were given. Hundreds and thousands of people died. Our community was at a loss. Medical service is part of that, yet no ARPA fund was allocated to this preemptively on the front end, like other things like infrastructure, bathrooms. And so I think that's what she's trying to get. And I think that's very pertinent when talking about the budget. I think it's important to fund this. I think a modest increase is appropriate, and ARPA fund allocation could be considered in this matter, since this directly impacts individuals and the people in our community the most. Everybody needs ambulance. So, but I do not think that it should be because of the COVID that we should increase by almost 300%, 200 and something percent. We should look at those funds as to the reason why. Post-COVID, hopefully, if we get there, we can reallocate later. I know the town manager said you don't want to allocate too much in the sense that it's COVID related and, the increase. But the thing is, the hope is that this will not always be the set status. If we increase by almost 200 to 300% now, post-COVID, where's our number going to go from there? We have to be considerate of that. And I think that's why the ARPA funds were allocated to towns to handle this type of business.
Thank you, Councilor Bordelon. Representative V.C. Williams.
So I just did a quick check, and it seems like we have been underfunding the ambulance. So the gentleman said that we've already had an issue even without COVID, and that we might be able to get funds, but the present number is way too low. So I'd like everyone to consider that, because other towns spend much more per person on this.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, the number on the floor is $211,904. We will do a roll call vote.
Adams.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Burrell. Bright.
Yes.
Casper.
No.
Surf.
No.
Chase.
Yes.
Cop.
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot.
No.
Eben.
No.
Frickman.
Yes.
Fritchie.
Yes.
Gardner.
Yes.
Gauthier.
Yes.
Guinipiero.
Yes.
Gustafson.
No.
Hanscom.
Yes.
Jacome.
Yes.
Massett.
No.
Merritt.
No.
Norman. Aubry.
No.
Pacino.
No.
Ray.
No.
Cimarero.
No.
Thomas.
Yes.
V.C. Williams.
Yes.
Wells.
No.
White.
No.
Whitney.
Yes.
Rusk.
No, that motion fails, 15 to 16 to 0. Next number on the board is 105,952. 105,000? Sorry. Next number on the board is $105,952. Yes, Representative Gauthier.
I'd just like to echo what Town Manager Burt said, is don't use ARPA funds for recurring expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, number on the floor is $105,952.
Adams.
No.
Bailey.
No.
Bright.
No.
Casper.
No.
Surf.
No.
Chase.
No.
Cop.
No.
Dean Shinbrot.
Yes.
Eben.
No.
Frickman.
No.
Fritchie.
No.
Gardner.
No.
Gauthier.
No.
Guinipiero.
No.
Gustafson.
No.
Hanscom.
No.
Jacome. Massett.
No.
Merritt.
No.
Norman. Aubry. Pacino.
No.
21. Cimarero.
No.
Oops, I missed Ray.
No.
Thank you. Thomas.
Yes.
2. B.C. Williams.
No.
Wells.
No.
White.
No.
Whitney.
No.
And Rusk.
No. That motion fails 2 to 20.
I'm sorry. Oh.
That motion fails 2 to 28 to 0. The next number on the floor
I think I got you.
is $341,700. Seeing no hands, I'll do a roll call vote.
Let me just make a number on here. Okay. Adams?
Yes.
Bailey?
What,
The number we're voting on is $341,700 for account 10840.
This
Yes.
is-
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Okay, Bright?
Yep.
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Account 10843.
It is.
My apologies.
10843, that's correct. I'm sorry, Dean Shinbrot, you said yes. Eben?
And this number is 105,000, is that correct?
No, the number is $341,700. It's the number passed by the
Yes,
town
sorry.
council.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yes, 15. Jacome? See, Jet Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubry?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Semerero?
Yes.
Okay. Thomas?
No.
Reese Williams?
Yes.
24. Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
Yes.
27-3.
So that motion,
Yes.
No. Oh, wait, I got you. That's a yes.
what's our total number?
Phantom, yes.
27 to
27.
4 to
No, 27
0?
to 3. Gotcha. 3 no's.
Yeah, we have 31, so 27 to 4 to 0. We got you. Gotcha. So that number passes. Thank you, Mr. Kinnicky, for being here tonight.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You also. All right. The next number we have up is 108405, service agencies.
Yes, so just a little explanation on this one. We will be moving a whole number for all of the agencies listed. However, there was discussion that took place about the allocations for individual agencies. The committee cannot decide where the allocations actually go. We can just give a number. In this case, we did vote on a number above that of the council, so I believe the number that I put forward will need a 2/3 vote. So the committee met, we discussed and heard from individual service agencies.
174?
Chair Gothier motioned $105,452, which was seconded by Representative Cerf. There was a motion for $90,452, which did not receive a second. The increase was driven by increasing the homeless hospitality center by $10,000 to $25,000 and taking that $10,000 from the Thames River Heritage Park by $10,000. So essentially just moving $10,000 out of the Thames River Heritage Park and moving it up to the homeless hospitality center after hearing from the homeless hospitality center about the first and foremost huge increase in need of residents in the area that are experiencing homelessness or are at risk for homelessness. But in addition, the proactive policies that they're taking to make it so that people don't actually end up on the street and that their agency is supporting. So that's what the committee voted, and the decrease in the $10,000 to the Thames River Heritage Park was something that the council did. The council also took $10,000 from the Homeless Hospitality Center's ask. So restoring that cut, adding it back in. Yeah, so the council, their number for the Homeless Hospitality Center, they decreased the Homeless Hospitality Center by $10,000 and the Heritage Park by $10,000. We simply moved the $10,000 out of the Heritage Park into Homeless Hospitality. So the total number that we need to vote on as the committee moves is $105,452.
Does not require 2/3.
It's above the council number.
No, the total's the same.
The total's the
Yeah.
same. There,
Mhm.
perfect. 105,452.
Do we get, as the RTM,
I didn't get a
decide
second.
where
Who
money is
seconded it?
going?
Oh, do you second, Cox?
No, we don't decide the allocation. We make suggestions.
Okay.
And at 10:34, that's the suggestion.
So this is a motion made by Representative Gauthier, seconded by Representative Kopp.
She has a question. Yep.
County 10845, there's no zeros
Oh,
between the
thank you.
20.
I think it's on my paper that way,
Yeah, I think it is.
so my apologies. That is,
Our book has it listed a little differently.
yes, no, it's just my paper, sorry. All right.
Now, Chairman, you do have two people here. One from, you have Penny Newman.
We have Penny Newberry from the ARC, and we have Michael Gilman from Mr. Oh, no, that's not it, sorry.
Cheryl Lindsay.
Oh, Cheryl. Could you, from UCFS?
UCFS.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, from Cheryl. Cheryl, could you pronounce your last name? I'm sorry, I just can't see the board that well.
That's okay, Munoz.
Munoz from UCFS. Thank you.
I would ask that unless there's questions for specific agencies, to hear the
Correct.
representatives. Thank you.
Is there any questions or comments on what is being proposed? Representative Cerf.
Very quickly.
Yes, we grilled all these people extensively in our committee meeting, and they all told us absolutely wonderful, accounts of how hard they work for people. It was just really moving. And so even though we've kept them here for 2 hours and there's no time for them to tell their story on television, so that all of Groton would know, I just wanted to recognize the fact that every single one of these agencies has got the most dedicated, wonderful people working there, and we should be grateful that we have them in our town. I would have liked to have given them tons more money, actually. So thank you all, and thank you for waiting so long.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you very much. I'd like to move a second number.
What is the second number?
9045.
Point of order, if that fails in committee, can he bring it up again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your number?
90452, please.
Okay, so that was passed by Bailey, seconded by Jacome. Can you speak to your motion, please?
Just like to stick with the council's number. That was the original number by the town council. That's all.
No.
No, they just moved things around.
Oh, I thought they
Representative Jacome.
I mean, I agree with Representative Bailey to a certain extent, whether or not, what the body agrees or not. We will see. The amendment was for $90,452. Even though we can't facilitate where the money goes, the council did say something along the lines that everything stays the same except for Thames River Heritage, which would get 10K instead of 20K. The New London Homeless organization would get 10K instead of the 15K. None of them would be getting a decrease. They're still getting an increase. It's just wouldn't be a little more substantial. So thank you.
So for clarification, the town manager's number was the $105,452. The town council approved $90,452. And the RTM committee approved recommended the $105,000.
So we need a 2/3 vote to go above the council.
Correct. So, Councilor Borderline.
Thank you. These line items are near and dear to me, and I think it does us no due diligence to not have the agency speak to the number here before the council, the RTM tonight. I wanted to increase. I encourage the RTM members that have been around for a while to look back at numbers where these line items, we used to vote them, and I'm surprised that we're moving one whole number tonight. So I question that a little bit. But we've always moved them individually to kind of make sure we allocate. In years past, we looked at the money for the music department, and we specially earmarked that. So I'm a little confused as how we're moving one number without really kind of fine lining each one. But I think it's really important to think about each line and go back. I encourage you to go back, even 2 budget cycles, and you can see where there's years where they were not allocated. And so the increase this year is even more needed in the midst of COVID. Again, we were allocated ARPA funding, and we've been fighting, people have been over 5,000 to 20,000 in other areas. This is where the money directly impacts individuals in our community. When COVID hit us, ARC of New London County shut down. Families with children and adults with disabilities had nowhere for them to go. And they are here, and I know at the town council it moved quickly, and I know that the representative did not get to speak to that. USCFS is another big agency, along with many others that are on here, all directly impacting our community. We've seen an increase in drugs, the opioid epidemic and drug addiction, as well as alcohol, followed by child abuse and neglect, physical abuse, let it be spouse or domestic abuse in our community, homelessness. These are exactly what COVID fallout has created. And I encourage council, the RTM, to look at these numbers and allocate the funds appropriately. As some have stated, other funds had went out elsewhere, and these are the most important programs. This is why we were given the money. And it would do us no service to cut this. In fact, we should be looking at ways to increase and look at the numbers from 2 to 3 years ago and find ways to increase that appropriately. We just approved almost a 200 to 300% increase for the Groton ambulance because it was directly impacted. Treat the outside services the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Town Manager Burt.
Just to point out, I did confirm with Cindy that it's never been by line item on this. It's just that the council gives us guidance on where they want the dollars.
Yeah, I believe in committee, they do it by line item. But
Yep. Right. And I will say the 2 agencies that are present, they are getting the amount that they asked for. Their numbers weren't changed.
Point of clarification, in the town council meeting when we voted on this, we asked certain areas for certain money to go. So when a councilor moved a number, we actually then said, I'm increasing this one by 5 or this one by 10. So it was kind of delineated, individually.
Thank you.
Yes, we did the same thing in
the whole
committee.
number that we were moving it by.
That was also done in committee.
Right, a councilor moved a number, and then they told where the number and the money they were allocating it to. Thank you.
So the number on the floor is $90,452. We will do a roll call vote.
okay, we lost one.
What's our total number?
We are at
2730.
Yeah.
We're at 30.
30. Don't leave. Okay, Bailey?
Yeah. Yes.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
Yeah.
Cobb?
No.
Dean Shinbrot?
Yes.
Eben?
No.
Frickman?
Yes.
Ritchie?
No.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
No.
Guinipiero?
Yes.
Gustafson? No. Hanscom?
No.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
No.
Oh boy, nail biter. Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Pacino?
No.
Ray?
No.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
Nope.
B.C. Williams?
No.
Wells?
No.
White?
No.
Whitney?
Abstain.
Rusk?
No. That motion fails. 8 to 21.
Did I miss you
8
again?
to 21
I
to
did.
1.
You gotta know, wait a minute.
Thank
We gotta-
you.
Yeah, it's 21.
So,
I'm sorry.
the next number on the floor is $105,452. Counselor Borderline, you haven't put your hand down since last time. Do you have another comment? Okay, so we are voting on $105,452 by roll call.
Okay, I won't miss you this time. Bailey?
No?
Okay, whoops. Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
He left.
Oh, did he?
He just went to the bathroom.
He just went to the
Oh,
bathroom.
well,
Sorry,
he's
we'll
not
hold
here.
on.
If he comes back, then we'll get him. Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
No.
Okay, Cop?
Yes, we're on the top number, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Dean Shinbrot?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guadapiero?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Yes.
Wells? White?
Yes.
And Whitney?
Yes.
And Rusk?
And Bright, yes.
Did Bright come back? Okay. And how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, that would be
So
24.
that motion passes 24 to 6 to 0.
Yeah, because it was 2/3.
Yes.
24.
We're still at 2/3. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item, where are we? Marine Services, 10845.
7.
I'm sorry, 10847. Didn't have my glasses on.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It is 1046, starting account 10847, Marine Sewage Disposal. We have Mr. Chappell here representing the pump out services. A motion was made for $19,980. Motion by Representative Cerf, seconded by Bailey, and passed unanimously in our committee. We asked plenty of questions about.
Point of information, could you say what page that is? I didn't get it. Sorry.
It's on page 172.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you can
But
see
it
it
starts
on.
on 172, goes to 173.
Yeah,
Yes,
yep.
you were correct.
Yep. Cost 7.
Okay. Representative Gothier?
I haven't put it on the floor yet.
10847.
Mr. Chappell described his services, how important they are for the environment, keeping the sound clean by pumping out sewage from boats, the increasing number of boats that they service, and I put to the floor $19,980.
Second, Jacome.
Thank you. That motion was made by Representative Gothier, seconded by Representative Jacome. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Pete Chappell.
Pete Chappell, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for staying.
11:45. Would you like to speak to your budget?
I'll answer any questions. Our total budget, so this is for some of you, it's repeat information. I'll try to make it short. It's a reimbursement from the state. It's a match program, so we have to come up with 25%. They fund us 75%. Our total budget is $208,202.42. So the match that we have to come up is $52,000. You guys the town used to run the program, and they decided that it was better and this is going back in 2006, I think it was. And then they went this way and gave money to independent. So that's how we got to where we are today. Last year, we pumped 259,000 gallons out of the Mystic River and Thames River.
Oh.
So.
Representative Eben, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, I feel like in the past there was more information given on these line items, like and I can't find it in the budget, but I do want to know, do you service the Mystic River, is that correct?
Yes, we service Mystic River, Thames River, and Fisher's Island.
Do you service, I guess, do you service boats from Stonington within this budget?
Yes.
How much does Stonington pay towards this $202,000 budget?
So last year, Stonington gave us $10,000. We asked for the $19,000, the same that we asked from Groton. And we asked for the same again this year, and I'm not sure what they've done with their budget at this point. I would imagine we'll probably get $10,000 again.
Can you estimate how many of the boats that you pump out are from Stonington versus more than Groton?
So there was a big study done 2 years ago. There's actually more boats in Groton than there is in Stonington, on the Groton side than there is in Stonington.
On the Groton side of the Mystic River, or is there other places that you go?
The biggest area is the Mystic River. I mean, we do the Thames River, so we do some in New London. There's not much in New London, but when I say Thames River, we're also doing Pine Island Bay, which is Pine Island Marina and Shenandoah Yacht Club.
Don't they have their own pump out?
Shenandoah Yacht Club has a state pump facility, but that's the only pump out on that side of the river.
Does New London pay part of this too then, since you're pumping out New London boats?
New London does not pay into the program. We've tried to get into. We've tried to get into New London, and it's not. They're not as easy. They're not. It's very difficult to get on their agenda. The number that we do in New London is very small. We do keep one of our boats over at Burrs Marina in New London, but the number of boats that we pump out on that side of the river is very small.
Thank you very much. It would be great, I'll just say it, as I probably have in the past, if Stonington would contribute equally to this. I mean, I think what you do is great, and it's necessary, and it's critical for the health of the river and human health as well, but it always has seemed like an equitable thing where we are subsidizing people who are so rich that they have boats with bathrooms on them. So, and here we're quibbling about giving money to SCAD and homeless shelter. So it's a little galling, but there you go. Anyway, thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just a quick question. Yeah, I follow up on what Representative Evans said. You said Fisher's Island also, you service out there?
Yes, they because the state has a deal with them, and they pay for, they contribute a fair amount of money. We share a boat. The boat is shared, but they pay for everything that's pumped out of Fisher's Island.
Wow.
Okay, so just a quick breakdown. The $250-something budget, you have to come up with a quarter of it, 25%. About 20,000 comes from us, 10,000 from Stonington. How much? So the balance comes from Fisher's Island?
No, the balance comes. We get the balance from. So like when Spicer's Marina donates a slip to us, that's an in-kind donation. So the value of that slip comes as part of that 25%.
Oh, the state calculates for that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Yep.
All right. Great. Yeah, no, I'm in full support of the 19,980 number. Thank you. And I do appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, we will do a roll call vote. $19,980 to marine sewage disposal.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot?
She's still up there.
Yeah, she's there. Dean Shinbrot, you there? Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinipiero?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Okay. Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
B.C. Williams?
Yes.
Watson? Oops. Weaver? Nope. Wells?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
Rusk?
Yes.
Dean Shinbrot? Hello, Dean Shinbrot.
Must have fell asleep.
Okay, she didn't get to
Passes
vote. 29 to 0.
0. Next
Thanks for your
up
service.
is Mystic River. Thank you. Next up is Mystic River Ambulance, which is 10848.
9. 9.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, 8. You're right. I'm so sorry.
And that is also on page 172.
Mystic River Ambulance, there's a motion for $50,000, seconded and passed unanimously. That's the number I put on the floor.
Is there a second? Sorry. Second from Representative Stark.
All over the place. What's the number?
$50,000. Motion made by Representative by Representative Gothier, seconded by Representative Surf. I have Representative Bailey with his hand up first.
We do have Michael Gilman here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
I'm sorry if I cough. I'm getting over COVID.
No. Do you want to speak to your budget?
So we had initially requested $45,000 from each of the towns, town of Stonington and the town of Groton, and we're going to use the money. So we're going to migrate over to the state radio system that the police departments are currently using. The Groton Fire Officers Association, which is comprised of all the fire departments and ambulance services in Groton, North Stonington, and the fire departments in Ledyard, have applied for a grant that comes close to about $800,000, and the maximum limit is $1 million. It's very competitive, so we don't know if we're going to get it. So that's why we're requesting this money, and we have to pave our parking lot and driveway. It's the original paving from 1993 and has settled a lot in places where it's dropped down like 2 inches. So if you're not familiar with our building, if you come pulling into the parking lot and you pull up to the curb, you will hit the bottom of your car on the sidewalk. So we've categorized that as a high priority. And the money that we get, we use it for infrastructure and things that you can actually see versus manpower. Because at night and everything, we're still primarily volunteer.
Thank you. Representative Bailey, you had your hand up. Did you still have a question?
No, I withdraw my
Thank you.
question. Thank you.
Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With the extra $5,000, what will you use that for?
So just for clarification.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
So the question
I couldn't
was,
hear you.
the town manager put up 45,000. The town council passed 50,000. What is the extra $5,000 going to be used for? Am I correct, Representative Chase?
Councilor Bordelon had made the motion to increase it to match what we had requested last year.
Okay.
And it was seconded by Baumgartner.
So I'd like to put another motion on the floor, please. $45,000. And the reason I'm going with that is because when he was at the town council meeting speaking about his budget, he was kind of stunned about the $50,000. And I work with grants and contracts all day, every single day, and I don't know what word to use at 11 o'clock at night. I can't think of another one, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I think it's very irresponsible to give someone more money than what they requested.
I wasn't at the town council meeting,
Well, whoever was there was...
the vice president and the treasurer.
All right, well, they were stunned about the extra money. So, and irregardless of that, it's very irresponsible to give more money than what's requested.
Are there any other comments?
Yes, it's 11 o'clock. We need to vote to continue.
We have one more thing after this. Yes. And Representative Gustafson, you had your hand up.
Yeah, can Mr. Gilman just say is 45,000 adequate? Can you get by with that?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Can Mr. Gilman get by with 45? Is that?
Mr. Gilman, can you get by with $45,000?
Yes, but the cost of inflation and everything, we haven't priced out what the paving would be this year. We did last year, and it was, the top end was 70,000, and so we don't know what it's going to be this year.
Thank you. Was there anybody else? Okay, so the number on the board is $45,000. That is our first vote.
Okay. Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
No.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop? Oh, okay, well, okay. Dean Shinbrod? Oh.
Sorry, yes.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
Yes.
Fritchie?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Guinapiro?
Yes.
Gustafson? No. Fine. And Hanscom?
Yes.
Jacome?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubry?
Yes.
Pacino?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
Reese Williams?
Yes.
And Wells?
No.
If we can keep comments down, please.
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
No. So that motion passes.
20 to 10.
I had 19 to 10, but I could have missed somebody.
I did.
We had 30
Cop was
people
in
and
the
Representative
background?
Cop wasn't in.
Yep.
So we have,
Representative Kopp wasn't
so
here.
it'd be
She's back.
19 to 10 to 0.
16,
Okay.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9,
Thank you for
8,
being
7,
here,
6.
Mr. Gilman.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
Right there. You're right.
Okay. So the last thing we have on
I'm
our
sorry.
agenda today,
Point of order. It's 11:02. We need to vote to continue.
we needed to vote to continue.
Every hour.
Does it say every hour?
I'm pretty sure it's every hour after 10.
I believe it was
I don't
10
think so.
o'clock.
I think the 10 o'clock is it.
Was the 10 o'clock sufficient?
Only time to vote. Okay, so the last thing we have up is CIP, tell me the number, please. Groton Public Library, CIB 6D.
G as in George.
On page 232.
7G.
Sorry. Thank you. 7G, 239.
CIP 7G Town Meeting Room AV Presentation Equipment. A detailed overview of the budget was provided by Sean Greeley. A discussion occurred regarding difficulty hearing in different venues. A motion was made by Representative Cerf in the amount of $147,000 to include funding for updates in the Senior Center main room, scheduled for FYE 24. Motion seconded by Representative White. The motion was invalid. Okay, that's what I thought. Representative Bailey made a motion in the amount of $91,000, seconded by Semeraro. It was passed unanimously. So I'd like to move $91,000.
Gustafson.
Questions or comments?
Can you just repeat that number, please?
Sure, the number was $91,000. The motion was made by Representative Gauthier, seconded by, I'm sorry, Representative Gustafson. Thank you. So $91,000.
That should be 7G also.
Sorry, I'm just finding it in my.
Yeah, it's CIP 7G. 7G. G is in giraffe.
78.
It's getting late.
239.
7G.
Town meeting room.
In the annex,
Representative Whitney.
Thank you. Just have a question about the order of these improvements. It seems like from reading this for FYE 2023, the rooms are conference rooms for the town manager, IT, and finance. And then maybe a year or two later, it gets down to the senior center main room, things like that. Is the senior center main room the room you're in right now? And I guess what I'm wondering is about, is there, how was it prioritized?
So priority really went to.
A little closer.
Closer.
So actually, I said. Yeah, we ran out of batteries. So the priority really went with the amount of use. So the town hall annex was the most heavily used. So that was really our first priority. Then the second priority really went to the town hall, where a lot of staff have regular meetings in their conference rooms. I'm sorry.
I take an iPad and just move it from thing to thing. It's really bad. We really need this equipment.
And even HR, they really just don't have equipment, particularly these days when they have to do a lot of remote interviews. So there's a lot of things that go on during the day, and those conference rooms are used consistently. As a matter of fact, even now where we've completed 2 of the 3 rooms up the town hall annex, the 3rd room should be completed in about 4 or 5 weeks. We're just waiting for the equipment and installation to be put in. They're actually coming up and using those rooms because of the technology in there. So they actually have to leave their office and go to a whole new building just to use the technology up in those new rooms. So we're going to be basically putting the same technology in those rooms, the smaller rooms, on a smaller scale, but they'll be able to conduct town business much more efficiently. The library, as you know, is a very heavily used building in town. Not only are there meetings there are a variety of programs, classes, training that gets used in that room. The senior center right now is being heavily used because of the town hall annex and meetings being displaced from there. Once that's back in use, we'll start seeing a decrease in the amount of meetings that are happening here. So we really just kind of went in that particular order. Human Services, Police Department, kind of got put on a slightly lower scale. They do get a lot of use, but their equipment was not quite as bad as the other buildings. A lot of these buildings, particularly the early buildings, the gear is like 20 years, sometimes even older than that, 30 years old. We have a VCR and a tube TV hanging out in the HR room, and that's the first impression you have of the town of Groton when you come in and you have an in-person meeting. Very far behind in technology. So that's really the priority of the way we went with designing these rooms.
Thank you.
Representative Jacome had his hand up next, and then Representative Thomas.
I'm going to quickly ask because I can't even process the information a little bit. But the town hall annex, was it already upgraded, the equipment there?
That was 2 years ago. That was the second year of the CIP. So we are just completing that now, basically because of COVID and everything kind of being shut down. So that money was already allocated. So we are now just finishing up the town hall annex that year of the CIP, because it's a 6-year plan.
Well, I'm all in support of this. Just watching the meetings during the town hall and at the annex, it was very difficult to hear, and it was just very, very difficult to understand in some of those meeting rooms. And if I had trouble hearing, I think a lot of others as well did. And I think it ruined being able to understand the information, especially while we're going through the budget. So thank you. I would support this.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I definitely want to speak in support of the full number. I find Groton Municipal Television and the whole thing is a great resource for the community, and I think you all do a great job. Yep. No, I'm in support. Thank you.
Merritt.
I'm of the same opinion as everyone else, and we're moving in the right direction. I don't think we should stop right now. I'm in favor of the number on the board.
Yes, go ahead.
One other very important thing that we're doing with these upgrades too, I don't want to keep you too much later, is that we're also making the rooms ADA compliant when they're required to be. So already in room 2, we have an assisted hearing device system in there. We're putting one in room 1. And then when we get to the senior center, there will be one here and also over the Groton Public Library. So, ADA requirements, I believe it's for every 100 people that meet, you have to have 4 devices in the room. So we have 4 devices in CR2. CR1 will have at least 4. We'll probably get a couple additional. And that's really allowing our whole community to be able to participate in meetings and programs. Whether or not they can hear well or not, they'll be able to hear.
Just in case, I don't know if anybody's introduced, but at the table we have Director of Library Services, Jennifer Mealy, and Sean Greeley is our IT guy for all of our video needs.
My apologies, we missed that.
Also known the guy in the closet.
Okay, so Representative Thomas.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. And so, yeah, the live streaming and everything's been great, and this will only just improve and build on what we've got before, so definitely encourage everyone.
All right, so the number we are voting on is $91,000.
I think we don't need a roll call.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Online? I think I got all you. You guys are good. Representative Whitney, I'm missing. Okay.
No, we've got hands come. Representative Whitney, how do you vote? Hand up?
I have Representative.
I vote yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then it is a unanimous vote. I'm sorry, anyone opposed? I'm sorry, I lied. Representative Gardner is opposed.
Okay.
Anyone abstaining? So that motion passes 27 to 1.
No. You're right.
27 to 1 to 0. With that, I will take a motion to recess. Motion to recess is Representative Kopp. Second is Representative Jacome, and we are back on Monday.
I don't know how you got
Okay, Monday.
20.